one. We're gonna reset the console real quick for RNG manipulation purposes. So, do that real quick. Okay. Gonna have to do this real quick. Okay. Let's go. We're gonna immediately start off with a little bit of a cutscene. Which is gonna take like 2 minutes or so. Because Lufia 1 is technically not Lufia 1. It's actually the second game in the series, or technically the third if you account for Lufia 4. So some of you may have seen Lufia 2 about a week before. The intro basically explains the story of Lufia 2 and basically tells us of what we've missed. Very long story, very short. 4 Sinistrals are trying to take over the world. The Sinistral of Chaos, Destruction, Terror, and Death. And Maxim, along with 3 other warriors, Maxim, Selen, Artea, and Guy, were able to stop him. Stop them. Now, we're gonna do a quick recap here, and we're actually going to get the last scene of Lufia 2 right here at the start of Lufia 1. So, you know, if you've not seen Lufia 2 about a week ago, you'll get a bit of a recap here. Yeah, just some story going on here. Now, the reason I reset the console is I'm going to try to make sure that I get my encounters as late as possible. One of the main differences between Lufia 1 and Lufia 2 is that in Lufia 1 it's a lot harder to run from encounters, especially early on in the game. So we're going to try to make sure we get the encounter as late as possible. So those that have seen Lufia 2, by the way, this is the exact cutscene we got as we arrived on Doom Island in Lufia 2. Same text and everything, they literally just copied that, which is pretty cool. We hear the Sinistrals. Now in Lufia 2, you'd fight the first Sinistral right here at the end of the hallway. In Lufia 1, we're going to be moving on straight towards the final room, which is where we're going to fight all 4 of them. So this entire segment I can reliably do without getting any encounters. I'm going to stop here. We're going to set the text speed to fast, because fast text is good. And we're going to move on. Just after that point right there, I would have gotten an encounter if I hadn't menued, but because the encounters work in a frame-perfect pattern, by moving the frame counter forward a bit, it means I can get them even later. Here is the first encounter, and you'll immediately see why we hate encounters. This time we ran away pretty quickly, but they can be quite a pain sometimes. We were allowed to cross the bridge, and this is where the final battle is going to commence. Selen doubting passing for a bit, but it's just a test. He's testing whether we're ready. And thus we're going to go into the final room, and this is where we're going to fight the 4 Sinistrals. Starting off with Gades. I'm going to just attack with both Maxim and Guy. We're going to use Thunder using Selen, which is a really powerful powerful lightning spell. And Artea is mostly here just for buffing my characters. Make sure I deal as much damage as possible, just to make this fight go slightly faster. Yeah, since this already came up earlier in chat, let me quickly explain a little bit about the Lufia series in general. So the Lufia series is a 4-part series, which actually has a little bit of a weird order in that Lufia 1 is technically the 3rd one in the series. It starts off with Lufia 2, which is why we did that last week, like a week before. It happened to be scheduled that way, otherwise I would have requested them to switch them around. Then Lufia 4, which is kind of a story in between. It's not really that relevant to the story itself, and you can do this without having done Lufia 4, then Lufia 1, and then Lufia 3. So it's a bit of a weird order. For Lufia's 1, 2, and 3, the main boss that we're going to fight, at least at the start of it, are the 4 Sinistrals. Those are the main enemy of the game. We see that real early on in this game, in that the game basically throws us into a fight with the Sinistrals, kind of to experiment a little bit with the controls and whatnot. You know, it gives us a good opportunity to see what these characters are capable of. We've got basically every possible spell. We're almost level 80 here, so there's that. So plenty of opportunity to try everything out. Now, the retry mode part, which I might imagine some of you might be wondering what the hell would that be? Retry mode basically means that we're going to get 4 times as much experience and gold for every single fight that we do. The reason this is so useful is because it basically cuts out about an hour and a half worth of grinding over the course of the run. It just makes it a lot more, well, bearable, really. Because normal mode is not a fun run. There's only 2 people that have ever done a normal mode run. That's me and El Magus. And it's a pretty daunting run, I'll say that much. So right here, we're going to use Valor to quickly heal up, make sure that I don't die, and then we're going to get into the fight with Arim. Now this fight is a little bit different from every other Sinistral, in that her magic defense is so high that I'm not going to be able to use Thunder. Thunder deals about the same amount of damage as a regular attack, but let's be fair, the Thunder animation is a bit longer, so, you know, we would lose time on using Thunder here. We're still going to use Drain and Trick to make sure we buff our attack as much as possible, but we're just going to regularly attack. She also has Mirror, which would cast my spells back at me. We'll be seeing that spell plenty of times later on in the run. What am I doing? This Mirror is one of the most broken spells in the game, but we'll get to that when we get there. Yeah, retry mode is kind of like a New Game Plus mode. You unlock it by beating the game, and once you have beaten the game, you can play it in retry, which grants you 4 times as much experience and gold on every single fight, thus making the game actually, you know, beatable within a reasonable amount of time. So this is Deus. He's the leader of the Sinistrals, and he's this all-powerful enemy, or at least he's supposed to be. We'll get him down, no problem. We'll literally end up fighting this guy twice over the course of the game, and he's really easy in both of these fights. Dread to drop his defense points. Trick on Guy for some extra attack, and we'll be basically good to go. It shouldn't be a long fight from here. This was a pretty good Fortress of Doom. But, like, Doom Island is not really that difficult in that, you know, you're so over-leveled that you're gonna be able to get through, no problem. The main problem with this place is the encounter RNG, but we got really good RNG on the encounter, so we should be fine. And there we go, that's the 4 Sinistrals down. With only 2 encounters, this is a really good Doom Island. That was actually gold. It doesn't really surprise me because I only got 2 encounters, but that was actually gold. Nice. So yeah, now that we've beaten all 4 of the Sinistrals, they're going to do a combined attack, and we're not on our own able to break through this, so we are also going to be doing a combined attack, which, well, we'll be able to actually beat him now. And with that, the first Doom Island War has ended. There is a little bit after this that I'm not going to spoil for those that haven't played Lufia 2 yet, but Lufia 2 goes on a little bit further here. What I will say is, you know, this is the bridge there collapses. Artea and Guy, they're able to warp out. Selen, getting struck by the energy, is not able to get up. She's basically dying right now. What happens to Maxim is something I won't be spoiling just yet. You'll have to play Lufia 2 for that. And now we're gonna get about 5 minutes worth of cutscenes, which is pretty much the only cutscenes in the game, or at least this is the only segment which has a lot of cutscenes. But we're gonna get a few minutes of cutscenes here. It tells us that, you know, the island plummeted into the water, into the ocean. The conflict had ended, and 90 years of peace passed. They tell us at some point that there were no monsters anymore. We know this not to be completely true considering Lufia 4, but it's generally been peaceful for the past 90 or so years. Yeah, that's Lufia 1. No, not really, but that's the opening scene of Lufia 1. Now, right off the bat, we're first gonna get some more cutscenes, but we're gonna see 90 years after that has happened. We're gonna see a young hero who just goes this. He lives at the inn here. He's a really nice little guy. It's just a boy. This is actually a descendant of Maxim, and at some day this little girl walks in. We know them to be at this point about 7 years old. So she challenges our hero to a game of tag, and well, we comply. You know, happy times. So another 9 years pass, so we're now 99 years after the events of Lufia 2. Our hero, he has joined the Alekia army. And, you know, they tell us, you know, there haven't been any monsters for 100 years, so they're gonna skip on practice once more. You know, basically it's all good times, and there haven't been any monsters for a while, everybody's happy, there's peace in the world, good stuff. And we're gonna get a little bit of a cutscene here with Lufia. And, well, she tells us of the Prophea flower that's currently in bloom. Now, if you've played Lufia 2, you may remember the Prophea flower as the flower that that you get, or that you pick up from Flower Mountain, the really beautiful flower that the girl wants you to, or asks you to get. Well, you kind of get it for her. If you've seen the run last week, then you may have remembered that I mentioned that the flower turns up in every single Lufia, except maybe Lufia 3. This is the first time we get to see it in Lufia 1. So this is a bit where Lufia 2 kind of references Lufia 1 through the Prophea flower.
Hey, Crrool, can I get you to turn...
We get into, like, the general quarrels of, you know, the two more or less being in love, and Lufia, she's gonna make us a cinnamon pie, and she's gonna get us some cinnamon tea. You know, all good stuff, basically. Now, not too long after, we overhear these two soldiers who mention that supposedly monsters attacked the city of Sheran. So we, of course, we're immediately going to jump the gun and we're going to investigate. We would go to the castle, ask the king, and he tells us, you know, they're too busy to... My soldiers are too busy to check this out. You can go check it out if you want to. Well, we can skip that, though, so we're not actually going to. First off, though, we're gonna buy a few items. I'm gonna buy 10... that's too many, whatever. Doesn't matter. That's wrong. Hold on, I bought a few too many there. Messing up the first menu, good stuff. Okay, this is fine. We can buy a few more sweet waters later, that's not a big deal. And we're gonna get plenty of money along the way. So we're gonna go over here to get a revive. And we're gonna go check this out. See how much of the rumors are actually true. Item sort. Let's get the arrows into the second spot. That should be fine. So along the way, we're gonna kill some stuff just to get a few extra levels. Now, there is one saying we have in the Lufia community, and that's that Sweetwaters, they never work. They never do what they're supposed to do. You'll see very soon why. Basically, the Sweetwaters that I bought, they're an item that are supposed to reduce the amount of encounters that we're gonna get. But you'll see soon enough that they don't really always do what they're supposed to be doing, and sometimes they just flat out don't work. Now, early on, this is kind of a problem, because if they don't work right now, there isn't really much we can do about it. If they stop working later on, we'll just use another one, because we're going to get plenty. A quick potion. We're going to enter the city of Sheran. We notice that there's something wrong there, and we're immediately going to leave. Now, we're supposed to report to the king, but instead I'm going to move over to the next town, and that's basically to set up a warp point a little bit further. I'm still going to need to kill these things, because I kind of want to have that experience. Running away is still a pain right now, so I want to avoid that at all cost. Yeah, the Lufia community isn't very big, but, you know. The few people that do actually run this game, we usually say that, you know, Sweetwaters never do what they're supposed to. That's my last Sweetwater. I have enough arrows, we should be able to make it work. I actually got a pretty good amount of experience out of those fights. Level 4 is pretty high at this point. We're gonna get the hairband and the dress. We're gonna go to the item shop, which is right over here. Sell the dress and the revive. We're gonna buy 20 arrows. Those are very important in a little bit. We're gonna get a swing wing. Now that we have that, we can swing wing back. So we're basically just going to warp back to the first town, and now we have actually set a warp point, which is going to make things a little easier later on. Gonna get this dress over here, that's just for money management, and we're going to quickly talk to Lufia. She got mad at us because she was making a pie and we ran out on her. So she's kind of mad. I mean, I can get that. She was making a pie like specifically for us, and then we ran out. Now, the innkeeper, he kind of tells us, you know that she's not mad because of the pie, right? But rather because you ran out on her like that, and that's mean. I'm gonna quickly get a few Sweetwaters here because I missed out earlier. Plus, we have more than enough money. Now, as soon as we leave town, Lufia, she comes running after us. She wants to join us, and we're like, it's too dangerous. You shouldn't join us. This is, you know, we can't guarantee that you'd come back alive. We're just gonna start moving, but she's gonna chase after us regardless. And we try to convince her of the risk, and she's like, well, you know, I'm not gonna die, because she's got us to protect her, and if nothing else, we're there for her. So we'll make sure she stays alive, and we're gonna be protecting her, and so she can join us. And thus she will. Quick item sort here. Gonna put the sweet waters in the second slot. We're gonna move the arrows up, because we'll be using those a lot more. I'm gonna run from this. I could have killed that, but then again, all things considered, it might not have been the best thing to kill. This is a classic example of, you know, there is a sweet water up, but it's not actually doing anything. Yeah, the arrows, they actually have the ability to hit basically every enemy, which is kind of convenient for fights like that. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw another sweet water, because these really are not working right now. The reason I'm running from these surprises is because those are a guaranteed run, and I'm gonna probably get more than enough enemies on the way anyway. So I might as well kill the things that I actually need to kill, and just leave the rest for what it is. Arrows. Okay, he didn't poison me. We have antidotes in case they do end up poisoning me, but Bite is a poisoning attack. We're gonna talk to this guy. So this guy, he heard of the troubles, and it turns out that his sister, she's actually in the castle. She was one of the king's maids. So he went over to the castle in an attempt to rescue her, but did not quite succeed at that, so he's gonna leave it for us. We're gonna enter Sheran Castle, and we're gonna see if we can find the king. We'll revive in a mid-arrow right there. We're gonna get 100 gold. That's mostly just safety money. We're gonna slowly but steadily make our way down, see if we can find this king. Right here in the prison, which we actually, like, the stairway was hidden at first. The king locked himself and his maids in the prison, and then, you know, made sure that nobody could actually see where the stairs were, just as a safety measure, you know. It's kind of like a last resort. We're gonna get a great potion. That's gonna help us a little bit to get some extra strength. And we're gonna make our way out of the castle. Now, right as we move out of the castle, we meet up with, well, some very strong guy. He calls himself Gades, and you may remember him from, well, about, you know, 10 minutes ago or so, 15 minutes ago when we first fought him. So we're gonna fight Gades. You know, we're just level 4 and we're gonna fight this guy. Well, that was it. That's unfortunate, he killed us. That's not actually a fight you're supposed to win. So, Lufia comes over, and Gades runs away from Lufia for some reason. There's definitely, this is like the first hint that there is more to Lufia than what may meet the eye. So we return to Alekia, you know, all nice and well, and the innkeeper tells us of Gades and, you know, the fact that, you know, we're gonna be leaving right now because, well, I mean, there's this evil, and we know that our hero, he's a descendant of Maxim, so he has the blood in his veins. So, you know, if anybody is going to be fighting the Sinistrals, if they are actually returning, which is what it looks like right now, he should be the one. The innkeeper tells Lufia to join us. So now with a party of 2, we're gonna chase after some Sinistrals. But before we do, we're gonna make a quick stop here. A few items we want to get. This escape. Swing wing. And well, remember that soldier that was in the cave just now? Yeah, his sister is right here in the castle, so we're gonna escort her home. He lives in the village of Chattam, which is, like, slightly north of this town. Pretty close by. We do actually need to bring her home, because it's going to give us a hint that will trigger an event later on to happen, and we need that event to happen. Also, I have had a lot of encounters around here, which is, like, surprising. So into the village of Chattam we go, and, well, we're going to reunite brother and sister here. He tells us of a man in Trek that supposedly might know more. Now, as a reward, we're gonna get that speed drink, which is an agility boosting item, really convenient. I'm gonna quickly stay at the inn just to recover my magic, and we're gonna warp over to the town that we set the warp point to earlier. And warp over to Trek. Because now we're already in the town where I need to be in a little bit. We're gonna make a quick stop right here at the armor shop. Let's see, we're gonna sell the dress, and sell the 2 remaining those, sell the revive. Cloth, armor, robe. I do not actually have enough money. Interesting. Is there anything I forgot to sell? Oh, curious. Okay, whatever. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. We're going to talk over to this guy, and he might actually be able to help us find somebody that may know more of the Sinistrals. Oh, I already know what I forgot. I forgot a revive somewhere. That's why I'm so short on money. That's fine, though. The defenses don't matter too much here. So if we miss something, it's not a big deal. We can work around it. So they tell us to go to the cave in the east, and that's what we'll do. Let's see. I should equip the cloth armor and the robe at least. Now, I'm still getting way too many encounters. For some reason, my Sweetwaters really don't want to work today. And that is possibly a problem. I still have 2, so this should be enough, but I can't use another one. We get an ambush here, and that's not good. Like, not at all. They're gonna all get an attack before we do. Luckily, I caught to kill the blue orb before it did anything. But we are getting really low on health and on items. Make sure Lufia is on full health. Lufia can take quite a hit, but we need to be careful with her health. Now, ideally, before I return to the town we just went from, I need to be level 7 on Lufia. That's what we're aiming for. Okay, this is the area where we can actually find useful encounters, by the way, and now I'm not getting anything. This game or definitely seems to have it out for me today. Mirror, that's not good. Ooh, that's a lot of damage on Lufia right there. We can heal her up, it's not that big a deal, but that's a lot of damage on Lufia right there. Yeah, that should be enough to keep her alive for a little while. When we get both the Swing Wing and the Cloth Shoes, those will make things a little more bearable in a bit. Now, ideally I want to see kobolds around here, because kobolds have a chance of dropping a mid-arrow, which makes the next boss fight significantly easier. Lufia poisoned. I can heal this off, it's not that big a deal. We're definitely getting close to the level I need, at least. There's level 6, I have the antidote. Potion on hero, yeah, 37 should be fine. Now, once we get to this cabinet, or no, not cabinet, this like cabin that we're trying to get to, we meet up with Guy. So this guy, he's actually the guy that we had at the start of the game during the Battle of Doom Island. This is the guy that fought in the first Doom Island war. He's currently about 115 years old, but he's still alive. But he hears of Gades, he gets up because he wants to join our party and fight once more. But just as he does, his heart gives in. He tells us before he dies to go find Artea, because the elves live a lot longer than humans do. That he might be able to tell us where we can find the Sinistrals. We could leave, but we're quickly going to get this sword. Because that's a massive upgrade for my weapon, a short sword. And get the Great Potion. Yeah, if I can get some Bible thumps in chat for Guy, who unfortunately passed away just now. So my sweet water ran out, that's completely fine, because I need a little bit of experience. Flash, arrows... Should be 1 or 2 more fights right now. So we didn't get any kobolds, so I'm gonna have to do the next fight with only 1 mid-arrow. That makes the fight slightly more difficult, but we should be fine. We should be able to adapt to it. See if we can do the fight. Basically, there's gonna be a fight with 4 enemies soon, and a mid-arrow would instantly kill one of the enemies. But because we only have 1, we can only kill 1 of the 4. We do get a kobold here, which might actually give me a shot of still getting one. If we get a mid-arrow right here, that would actually make the next boss so much easier. Didn't get the mid-arrow drop, unfortunately. Flash on that, we'll arrow on the... That is not going to kill them. Okay, don't kill Lufia, please. Okay, good. Lufia didn't die. Otherwise, that would have been a bit of an issue here. Okay, there's Lufia. Now that she's leveled up, she's going to get a spell called Strong, which is basically a heal spell, and that's what makes his next fight a lot easier. We're gonna take a quick heal, and I'm going to actually take a safety save in a little bit. The safety save is mostly because if the next boss happens to kill me, which it shouldn't, but if it happens, then I can reset the console and will not lose out on half of my money. Contrary to every other Lufia, if you die here, you don't actually game over, but you get sent back to the last town you were in. Or the last church, one of the two. I think it's the last town, I'm pretty sure. So we meet up with Aguro, who's been investigating the rumors of Gades. We tell him that it's true, and just as we do, we get attacked by the Demon Lords. There's my mid-arrow. We're gonna do turn 1. I will not be doing the entire fight, because they can actually mirror, which means that they start casting them back. The mid-arrow, that's gonna take care of one of them, and the rest we'll need to kill manually. Okay, nicely spread damage there. I can go for another Doom. It's a little risky, but it might actually work out. The mirror there is kind of unfortunate though, because that means that one of them is going to get reflected back onto Lufia. We're going to get the second one though. Going to get the attack. So far this has been a pretty solid fight still. Damage has nicely been spread out over my characters. I don't think we're going to be able to die anymore at this point. Strong on Lufia just for the safety of it. There we go, that's the Demon Lords. Good fight. Lots of level ups. And, well, we meet up with Aguro. He's going to join our party. He's apparently the commander of the Lorbinian army, so he's some pretty strong guy. We can probably use him. Unfortunately, the ship has sunk, so we're gonna need to find a new ship. Now, before we do, since I didn't get this earlier, I might as well get this now. Bracelet and cloth helm. Cloth helm. The hairband, there we go. Heal up again. Now I got some of these potions earlier. We got a few great potions. I'll use those on Aguro. And I got a speed potion which we'll use on Hero. We'll resort the characters, make sure that Aguro is in the front row. And we're gonna make way to the next boss. If we were to talk around with the people in town, then it would turn out that somebody's ship got stolen by a bunch of goblins. And, well, our goal is to go and fight those goblins, because we might as well, right? We're gonna still kill things on the way, just to get a little bit of extra experience, and it's these fights are pretty easy. I'm still hoping for some kobolds, because if we get another mid-arrow, that would actually be helpful. Gonna pick up that hidden miracle right there. Miracle is basically an item that instantly revives my character from death to full health, and completely reviving all of my my MP on top of it. So it's a pretty useful item. We'll pick up a bunch of those as safety items along the way. Unfortunately, still no signs of kobolds. It's what we'd ideally want to see. Not that any of these fights are difficult, and they're nice experience. Lufia getting the level up actually gets drained, which is kind of nice for the next boss. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure everybody's full enough on health. I want to find the Mabiria, which is the ship that was missing. Using the power gourd on Aguro. So this fight starts off pretty difficult, especially if you don't have any mid-arrows here. The ones that I actually end up attacking is completely random. So there's no way for me to actually influence that. I'm gonna hope that everybody attacks the same character and that we can get rid of one of them quite quickly. But that's RNG, and there's not much I can do to influence it. What I will be doing is like one thing I have to keep a very close eye on is my health, and I need to heal accordingly. We got one of them down. That's really solid RNG right off the bat. Once the first one goes down, it becomes a lot easier because, you know, they don't deal as much damage, so healing becomes a lot more manageable. No, strong on Aguro. There is RNG manipulation in this game. Since I just noticed that question in chat, we've done one segment of the RNG manipulation already right at the start. We're gonna do one very important manipulation about 2.5 to 3 hours into the game. There's really only one point in the game where we have to use it. And that one bit of RNG manip is gonna save us about 15-20 minutes. That might be a bit much, but like at least a good 10 minutes. If all goes well, maybe more. Okay, that's the Goblins. Good fight. That was a really solid fight, honestly. And with that, we're gonna find our ship, and we're gonna make our way back to Trek. One thing I didn't do yet is equip that Daze Ring. Get that on as well. So we find this guy. This was his ship, and you know, as a reward for finding the ship, he's gonna get us free passage towards Larbinia. It's a pretty minor reward for finding back a ship, but hey. Aguro, he's going to go right back to his headquarters and report about what he found. I mean, he did find out that Gades is indeed back, and that means that the Doom Island War is bound to repeat itself. We, however, we like shopping, so we're gonna do some shopping. I'm gonna get that Mind Potion over there. We're gonna buy 20 bombs. I'm gonna try to buy about like 90 or so Sweet Waters. That should be enough. Now, since it's a mall, and you know, we've got Lufia with us, you know, girls like shopping and all that, so we're gonna go to the top floor. And it turns out that there's a lot of dresses here, but they're 5,800 gold. That's way too expensive. We can't afford that. So we're gonna get into the sales part, which is a lot cheaper, and then this little boy, he actually manages to steal our money. The retry mode is 4 times as much experience and gold, so the gold as well. So our hero, he happened to notice that this guy, this little kid, he stole our money. So we're gonna get it back. We're gonna let the boy go. Which, because, you know, Lufia, she's kind and all that. That's the son of Professor Rail Shaya, who we'll meet later. That's Lou Shaya. You might want to remember that name, because it's going to come up a little later on in the game. In any case, we're going to go into the inn. We're going to take our nap real quick. Naps are good. And well, Aguro got permission to join us, so he's going to join our quest to get rid of these Sinistrals. And our next stop is going to be the village of Grenoble, which is where the old cave is at. There's my bombs. Now, this is the first fight where you'll get to see the power of these bombs. Bombs are a really useful item at this point in the game, and we'll actually need to use a fair few of them in order to get enough experience and money for the bosses coming up later. We did actually get a mid-arrow drop this time. That's pretty cool. I think I'm gonna just do this to save up a bomb, because these bats don't really give a lot of experience, but I do kind of need to kill them still. Use another sweet water, because they really do not seem to be working yet. Now, we're gonna go up to this guy, and, well, in order to access the room behind him, we need to pay him 50 gold, otherwise he won't let us pass. He's quite a greedy guy, he just blocks your path and is like, you know, if you want to pass, pay up. I'm gonna talk to this guy. It turns out that there is an apprentice of Artea, and the old guy that was just below me just now, he actually knew where he was. The thing is, even though, he knew, he wouldn't tell us, because for many years he's been looking for the fairy's kiss. Which is right here in a room in the old cave, but the room is only allowed access by girls, so only girls can enter. And you know, since he's some old guy, he is not included in that. So he's been trying to find a girl that would go into the cave for him to get that. And he will give us information if we end up giving him the item. Well, we don't really have much of a choice. Luckily, we do actually have a girl with us in our party. But Lufia, she's going to enter this room alone. We're just gonna get everything in here. There's the dress, hairband, heel shoes, fairy's kiss, and earrings. We're not gonna bomb this. I can kill this with dew as well. We get that, and now we can escape out. Now that we have all of this, we're going to return it to the guy, and he's hopefully actually going to give us some information as to the whereabouts of this apprentice. Yeah, he just said, you know, he's finally found it after 40 years of looking around for it. But he's got the item now, so he's all happy and he gave us the information we needed. In the meantime, we're just gonna sell some stuff. Earrings, hairband, heel shoes, knife, sandal, a couple dresses, cloth, that should do. We're gonna buy 20 smoke balls. You'll see very soon why those items are incredibly useful. 10 shrieks and 10 awakens. So we're very limited in how many smoke balls we actually have, but basically what the item does is it gives us an instant run from a fight. Yeah, like that, even though I wanted to use a bomb there. The Apprentice, he's up in a tower just north of here, but we're actually not going to go there just yet. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to actually move on towards the next towns, set a few war points, but mostly just to get a few items that we want to get. Because there's some pretty useful stuff in the next few towns. On top of that, it grants us some time to actually build up some experience, which has its bonuses in and of itself as well. Now, once I've crossed the bridge, I'm mainly going to be looking for wizard enemies. There's two enemies that you really want to get. They're roosters, which is like a combination of a chicken and a dragon. Not a joke. That's pretty much what it looks like. Which give a lot of money, which makes them very useful. And there is red wizards, and they can drop a high magic, which either sells for 500 gold, which makes it very useful, or instead could be used in order to, you know, use it as a safety item. No. Bomb. Go. We do kind of need this experience right now, as well as the money. Because money is really tight as soon as we enter the next city, because I want to buy a few pieces of equipment already. I might not actually be able to get everything just yet. We'll see. Escape and swing wing. It's a very important escape. That escape saves several minutes. Okay, that's enough of that at least. Buy chainmail, wood shield, wood helm. We're gonna make a quick stop at the item shop over here. Sell those two. Buy 10 swing wings. I'm too short on money. I can sell the miracle we found earlier. This is the other way you can use the miracle. Not the way that you generally want to, but if needed, then so be it. We're gonna get some power gourds. Let's item stored, put that there. We're gonna warp back to Grenoble, and now it's actually time for us to find the next boss. See if we can find the apprentice that we've been looking for. I'm really hoping to find some of those roosters as we go, because that extra money does end up giving me a lot of additional safeties. Hey, time for Apprentice Tower. Now, we're gonna make one little detour during this tower, and that's to get a speedy ring, which is gonna up my agility for one character when equipped. And since the next fight is mainly down to agility, it makes it a lot easier to have that. Magic, strong... Make sure Lufia has enough at least. One thing I haven't mentioned yet, which I probably should go into as we climb this tower, there's... So, Lufia 1 is actually run in several different forms. You've got this specific run, and you've got the run for the Japanese version, which is actually like a good hour and a half or so faster. And that's because the Japanese version has a Japanese-only glitch, which allows you to bring a lot of endgame equipment from that first scene that we did into the rest of the game. As such, most people that run this actually run the Japanese version rather than the English version. It's both a lot less RNG heavy and a lot less grind heavy. So, you know, if you like the US run, I can strongly recommend checking out the Japanese run as well. Still no sign of the roosters, unfortunately. Not gonna get them here either. We're gonna use up our bombs anyway. I might as well, because we're about to get to the next boss. Okay, let's do a quick item sort, and then we'll be good to go. Move that into the 4th slot. Where are my mid... Yeah, there's my mid arrows. Now that we've gotten to the boss, we're gonna quickly heal up Hero. So this is the Apprentice, and the Apprentice, before he's gonna tell us anything, he wants us to prove our worth. So he's going to fight he's going to challenge us to a one-on-one battle versus just Hero. Now it takes about 8 mid arrows to get him down, and depending on what he does, I either may or may not need to heal at some point. Okay, so far so good. This is looking like a pretty solid battle so far. Jolt does a lot of damage, but we should be fine. There we go. Really solid Apprentice fight. So the Apprentice, he tells us of our Elfreya, which is the village of the elves. He also gives us a hint as to how to get there, although we don't really know too much of it yet. Where is my speed potion? Some extra agility. We're gonna get the mid arrows out of the way there. And we're gonna swing wing back to Kirov. Now there's a few items that I want to get here, as well as I need to trigger a cutscene. First we're gonna get that high potion, that's for safety later on. And we're gonna get this cutscene real quick. So the girl here, she's quite sick. And Mark, her boyfriend, he's like, he's still a kid, but basically that. He tells her of the Hope Ruby, and that he's going to get it if he needs to, in order to help her get better. Because he's willing to do just about anything for her, as long as she's gonna get better because of it. We're gonna go to Medan, and we're gonna buy some more equipment, because we didn't really buy everything just yet. So first off, we're gonna get ourselves a spear. Chainmail, wood shield, wood wrist. I don't have enough for a wood helm, but I can equip and we should have enough then. Let's see, wood wrist. And a wood helm. There we go, that's it. And we're gonna go into the castle. We notice that the guy, that he asked the king to borrow the ruby, but the king apparently said no. Let's go check out this ruby, shall we? And as we get here, we overhear a king, or the queen, or the princess, whichever, as well as one of the soldiers talking, that it turns out the Hope Ruby is a fake. They've been using it so that people who would throw money into the pond wishing, or doing a wish, you know, that would be extra income for the castle, for the kingdom. And that's how they managed to get by. And she's like, she's telling him that it's wrong to do that. Because a good chunk of this castle's economy is based off of people throwing money onto some magical ruby. Now, Mark, he's not dumb. He is determined to help the girl. So he's going to get the Hope Ruby, and he's just gonna run off with it. I thought that was a high potion as well, but that's a different town, I guess. Now we're gonna go back to Kirov, and you may have noticed that I made that safety save right there. That's not without reason. We're about to come up on the 3 major run killers of any game, or of any run. The next 3 bosses, and you'll see soon enough why we mention them like that. The next 3 bosses all have a very reasonable chance of killing a run. As soon as we've entered town, it turns out that Reina, she's been missing, and supposedly she's gone into this cave. We don't know all that much, but the boy, he's gonna come with us. I want to see if we can find Reina and save her. Ooh, this is a pretty bad ambush. Getting ambushed in this cave can potentially be pretty bad. Luckily we have smoke balls, so we can get away from the fights quite quickly. This cave itself is really not anything special. One thing I do want to mention is that this is the cave where you can find one of the dragon eggs. There's 8 dragon eggs, and if you collect them, you can get a reward from the egg dragon. Now, in a very old route of the game, we used to actually get that reward because one of the rewards you could get was 2 additional levels, which would skip a lot of grinding. But nowadays, since we use RNG manip to get a very specific encounter, we don't actually need to do that anymore. I still need to unequip the short sword. This is also the first cave where, you know, you get to see weird bits of movement like that. There's an invisible bridge there that you have to cross. So the game kind of tricks you into thinking out of the box here. We're going to use Strong to make sure Aguro is fully healed. Let's not waste all of my MP healing the wrong character. I want to find Reina, but Reina has been possessed by the Phantasm. And this is, like I said, this is the first major run killer. This boss can easily kill me, so let's hope that doesn't happen. We're going to double drain. I'm going to start attacking with Aguro. Gonna get his defenses down as much as I can. Normal attack, that's fine. Strong on her. Okay, I need to sort my power gourds. They need to be in a different slot. Use a power gourd on Aguro, because Aguro is my main damage dealer for this fight. Run a flash, I guess. The thing is, this boss has a spell. Or has an AoE spell that deals a ton of damage, and that's kind of what I'm scared of here. Drain, attack... And he has status effects. Status effects are a major issue in this game, and here is why. Yeah, that's 2 characters asleep. That's fun. It just means he can start dealing tons of damage. Just use an Awaken. Okay, let's do 2 Strongs and have Aguro attack again. Not take any risks on this fight. Use Drain. Yeah, let's do double Drain. Hope for the best. Just get that defenses, keep those defenses down, because we need him to be low, and as low as possible here. Physical attack, it's still fine. He's not doing his scary attacks yet, and that's a good thing. Okay, I spoke too soon. That's Spark. Spark is a ridiculously powerful move that can easily kill my party if he uses it too often. That's the move he can kill me with. If he uses Spark too often, it's a massive problem, because you saw how much Aguro took in terms of damage. He took 35 worth of damage, and that is a lot at this point. Drowsy. Okay, only heroes asleep. We've got a little bit of time, but I'm still really low on health, and I don't like that. I'm really low on health right now. Strong. Okay, attack on Lufia, fine. Shield. Shield is perfect. That's the move we'd like to see. Double strong on herself. Get her out of killable range. And there's another spark. This is not good. We're getting fairly close to a kill here, but he's still doing massive damage right now. Strong... Strong... And another spark. Oh boy. And Hero is running out of magic right now. I need to get a kill, like, real soon. Because I am starting to run out. Drowsy to put me asleep? Oh boy. This guy is throwing everything at me right now. This guy is literally throwing everything. Awaken, attack, and another spark. Oh boy. This is fun. This is fun. This is where you really need to adapt to what's going on. That's a death on Hero. I need to use strong. I need to use that. I can use the revive. Hope that works. Another spark. He is throwing so many sparks my way right now. Guru with a high potion. Yeah, this is okay. Yep, that can happen. Phantasm, everybody. That's Phantasm in a nutshell. Wow, nice. And this is why everybody hates Phantasm. Wow, that was rough. Yeah, unfortunately, not much else to say than that. Phantasm can just do that. This is also why I have a very wide estimate, because I know these fights can happen. Unfortunately, this is one of the longer ones to recover from. But there's not much I could have done there. I was getting pretty close to a kill, but I was still too far away. The same story as before, we're just gonna make our way through the cave and we're gonna retry the fight. And we just got unlucky. If Phantasm keeps spamming Spark, there comes a point where there's just nothing you can do. Equip the Ghost Ring. The Ghost Ring, by the way, is an item that makes it so that Aguro deals super effective damage. So that just greatly increases the damage that Aguro deals. Also, I should be doing this real quick. No, not... Let's move those. Here's my power gourds. I might be using a few more. I could probably use a few more. I didn't get a lot of opportunities to actually use them just now, but we'll see. Get the revive. This is also kind of the downside of having to sell the miracle. If I didn't have to sell my miracle earlier, I may have been able to recover using that. It's fairly unlikely that I would have, and it probably wouldn't have made a difference, but that can be a thing. Okay, so same story as before. We're just going to attack with Aguro, try and get him down or try to get his stats down with everybody else. Good first turn, getting his magic resistance up. It's always nice. Mid arrow. sure that I keep my health high. Yeah, that bridge that I passed just now, that invisible bridge, that's completely intended. You're supposed to pass it like that. Need to keep those two high. Okay, it seems like we're starting to recover here. Let's throw another power gourd. He does shield. That's good, because that means I actually have full health again. So hopefully I can start attacking, and hopefully we can actually get him this time around. Physical attack. Good. Defense down. Do another defense down. Strong on Aguro. Mid arrow. Get some extra damage. There's a drowsy. This is where things can go sour. Okay, only one asleep. Unfortunately, Aguro, but only one asleep, so I'll take it. Because at least I can recover from that. There is a spark, though. This is where we need to start paying attention. I need a strong, to be fair. I need to make sure I keep my health high enough. Confuse? We haven't actually seen Confuse yet. Confuse is the reason I unequipped Maxim's weapon earlier. Okay, we got him. We got him. That's one of the 3 really difficult bosses down. So we save Reina after we've beaten the ghost. The ruby breaks and the curse gets broken. So with Reina being okay, they tell us a little bit of what they know about, you know, how we might be able to reach Elfreya, and they tell us that some woman in Belgen might know more. So we're gonna go over to Belgen, but let's first heal up. Now, if I now were to enter the city of Medan again, I would lose about a minute. It would trigger a cutscene that's skippable, and that cutscene is about a minute long. I'm gonna have to be very careful here not to enter Medan. There we go. That castle I need to not ever enter again. And now that this is over with, we can just move over towards Belgen. Hold on, what question did I miss, Mythical? Because I've probably missed up on a lot of chat, but... We're gonna enter the city of Belgen, and it turns out that monsters, they've been attacking the village recently, and in the process, some girl got kidnapped. Now Jiren, she's this young elven girl, half elf rather, that took the place of the girl right there and got kidnapped by the follower. If you want to ever learn this game, just send me a whisper and I'll get you all the notes and everything you'll need. I don't think there's a lot on speedrun.com or anything. We do have a Discord, or a Lufia Discord, although it's fairly quiet in there because there's not that many runners. But yeah, just send me a whisper and I'll get you all the things you need. Like, we've got notes, we've got... I can send you an invite to the Discord, and there's plenty more people there that are very willing to help you out. If there's anybody in here, for that matter, that would like to learn either this Lufia or any of the other ones, just send me a message and I'll get you everything you need. Now, the girl that we talked to, she asks us whether we can help out Jiren. And, well, let's do just that. And it turns out there's some key right here in the cave that her brother has that might be able to get us access to where the follower is supposed to be. Getting very unlucky right now. I'm gonna have to reuse the sweet water because I really can't be using this many smoke balls. I'm fairly short, and I still need to keep them along for a little while longer. I'm gonna make a quick detour here. We're gonna get these 3 items. Brone Helm, Brone Shield, and Brone Armor. These are all just for money management, really. And then right over here, we find a High Potion and a High Magic, again, just for safety. Especially the High Potion and High Magic, you don't really need to get those, but for marathon safety, it's nice to have. And then we find this guy. He gives us access to the Day's Key, and we're just gonna escape out. I'm gonna swing wing to Belgen, and we're gonna make a quick visit to a different town. We're not actually gonna save Jiren just yet. We're gonna go over to Sorungal. And over in Sorungal, we're gonna get some items that are gonna make the next few bosses significantly easier. So first up, we're gonna take a nap. Just recover real quick. Go to the house all the way on the side here, and there's 2 items in here. A Miracle and a High Magic. Both very useful stuff. Get that High Potion real quick. And, well, first off, we're gonna sell some stuff, because we've got all that Brone equipment we just bought, we've got the Monster Ring we don't need. I'm gonna buy a bunch of big arrows. And double check that I'm getting the correct one, because if I get the wrong one, it's pretty bad. 3. Good. And then on top of that, we're gonna buy some more smoke balls, because we definitely need a few more of those. Wing back to Belgen. And now it's time that we actually go save Jiren. Surprise? Surprises are always good, because it just means that I can save up on a smoke ball, and we've got fairly few right now. Okay, and an ambush. This is not good. That's quite a bit of damage I really wasn't hoping to take. I'll use a Sweetwater because I'm getting too many encounters, and we'll move through this cave. This cave is pretty easy once you have the key. Most of it we can just skip. And that counts for a lot of the caves in this game. There's a lot of caves that are actually massive, but most of it we just skip in the speedrun because we don't really have to go there. We still have an antidote, but that poison is kind of annoying. Actually, do I still have... Yeah, I do still have... I was about to say, do I still have an antidote? This cave, other than that, it's pretty straightforward. There's really nothing in here, so I don't really have to worry about anything. We just run from every encounter, and just hope to not get ambushed too much. Or get too many in general, because that also is kind of annoying. Still still have a few bombs, so I could try to kill stuff, but I have enough experience, I think. Let's go up here, and we see that Jiren, she's on this altar. She's about to be sacrificed. Lufia mentions that she looks really young still, but, you know, considering she's a half-elf, it's hard to say. We're gonna quickly save here. Because we're about to come up on the second of those 3 really difficult bosses, but as soon as we try to walk out, you know, to find a way to see if we can actually save Jiren, the follower comes over. He kidnaps Jiren and brings them to the tower, the follower tower. So we're gonna get rid of the mid arrows, we're gonna replace them for big arrows, which are a massive upgrade. And we're gonna move over to follower tower. Now this has another really big run killer. This one isn't as bad as the last one. Phantasm is probably the worst of the 3. The next one, Dark Ghost, is more likely to kill you, but it's very quick to return to the fight, so it's not as big a deal. Now, as we go up the tower, we're going to take a quick detour here. We're going to get this flash ring. The flash ring basically upgrades or ups the damage of lightning attacks, and since Lufia has flash, which is a pretty powerful spell still, it can be helpful to have that flash ring. There's a few fights where we can make use of lightning attacks. Now on top of that, we're gonna get 2 of the chests here, because there's 2 miracles that I really want to get. It's the first one. That's wrong. Hold on, I'm forgetting a teleporter. I do need that miracle. The other, like the swirly teleporter, by the way, that brings me back right to the start of the cave, so we really do not want to pick that one up. This is the one I needed first. There we go. Now we should be fine. And thus we're going to get into the fight with the follower, and it turns out the follower has been trying to get those girls in an attempt to revive Eamon. Now, you may remember from Lufia 2, or from the start of this game, that Eamon is one of the 4 Sinistrals, so we really do not want Eamon to get revived. So we're going to get into this fight, and this is kind of a weird fight, in that this fight is basically kill him before he kills you. It's that sort of fight. Like, the best way to win this is just to kill him before he gets a chance to kill me. Because if he gets a chance, he will kill me. And there's Frost. Frost is his most powerful move. It's kind of like Spark from the earlier boss, but then worse. Although, since we have a few extra levels, it's not as bad, but it's still pretty bad. Luckily, we have big arrows now, so we can actually deal a reasonable amount of damage. You keep the items in the Japanese version by basically overflowing your inventory. Basically, in the Japanese version of the game doesn't expect you to have more than a certain amount of items, so if you have more, it carries the rest of it over because it doesn't actually remove them. Nice, double sleep. Luckily we have Waken. Yeah, I honestly recommend checking out a Japanese speedrun to see how that looks, because it's kind of hard to explain. But basically, you just overflow your inventory, and you get you have too many items because of it, and some of that carries over. Okay, good amount of damage there. He goes for the Bold. Bold is a really strong spell. I'm gonna have to focus on healing this turn. Another Drowsy. Aguro asleep, that means we don't actually get to do anything. The fact that Aguro keeps falling asleep is really bad right now, because I'm not actually going to get any attacks off like that. And I need to somehow start dealing damage if I actually want to win. Okay, he gets into his stronger phase, which is kind of good, because I can deal more damage than he can heal off, and I have more than enough big arrows. Because we only need big arrows for 2 bosses, for this one and the one after him. Goro's confused, but we kill the follower. That's 2 of the 3 really deadly fights done. I don't think I've mentioned it yet, by the way, but this screen you actually have to mash through every line there. It can be pretty annoying sometimes. Yeah, we meet up with Jiren, and we're gonna bring her to safety. Jiren wants to join our party, because she doesn't really have anything here yet. But we're gonna deny her that. And she's gonna give us a miracle as a reward. Pretty good reward right there. And well, with that out of the way, let's move on. Because we still have this really deadly, these really deadly Sinistrals, and we now know that not only is Gades already back, they're currently trying to get Eamon revived as well. So the situation is pretty bad right now. We get to the old guy over here, and it turns out that that Jiren, she's actually, or in order to get to the town, we need to go through the forest, the Lost Forest, and only elves can. Now, it turns out the only elf that can help us is Jiren. So we're gonna bring Jiren along anyway. Lufia, however, she doesn't really like the fact that we're so willing to bring Jiren along. She gets kind of jealous here. She gets mad and runs out, but you know, we know that we're only there for Lufia. So Jiren, he's gonna tag along, and we're gonna go into the Lost Forest. So there's a few strategies that I can do here. We have the option to grind Lufia up until level 15, and that would give her Stronger, which is a really useful spell. I may actually go for that on this fight. This is a decent fight to try this on. That's either gonna take, like, I need to get a couple just good fights in order to do that. Some of them are kind of rough, and you don't really want to take them unless you absolutely have to. But getting the level up makes the next boss quite a bit easier, so... I mean, just use bombs as well as Bang and Frost, which is an AoE spell, in order to kill them off, and since it's a preemptive, they shouldn't actually get a chance to attack. So Aguro leveled, Jiren leveled, but Lufia did not, so we'll need to do another fight. So that was the Lost Forest. We're gonna move on. This is one of those shrines where there's really nothing in here. We just need to go here in order to cross below the river. Yeah, we're gonna run from this. I'm hoping to get another preemptive before I hit the city of Ruan. But once I get too close to Ruan, if I don't have it, we'll just go. Thus we enter the city of Jenova. And right here in Jenova, there is one person who actually can tell us exactly how to get to Elfreya. But she's not going to give the information. She asked us to buy her a cider. And thus we do. Now, once we have, she tells us that in order to get to Elfreya, we need to get 3 colored orbs on top of their respective towers. I'm gonna buy a few high potions for safety. High potions are basically stronger, but then can be used by everyone. Let's get out of here still. I kind of need one more encounter, like, right about now. Okay. I was hoping to get that encounter earlier. I guess we'll just end up killing this, then. This isn't ideal, but it'll work. This should give me enough experience, at least. Snail's trying to slow me down. That's a bit of a slow animation, but it doesn't really do all that much. Hopefully this will be enough experience, at least. Frost, there we go. Okay, Lufia's leveled up, so she gets stronger, and that makes the next fight quite a bit safer. I will, however, still take both the inn and the church, because this next boss is probably the biggest run killer out there. Get the revive. Save. Let's move on. Item sort. We're gonna get the power gourds to the 4th slot, and we're gonna get some high potions a bit further up. So the story here goes that the water has been poisoned by the Dark Ghost. And in order to actually get the orb, because there is one of those orbs right here on the tower, we need to get ourselves, or we need to first defeat the Dark Ghost. Now I may go out of my way in a little bit to buy some extra smoke balls, because I'm starting to run low again. If I take one step to the side here, by the way, I'll fall off the tower, so I need to be really careful with my movement. Everybody's fully healed. Sweet water running out is not a big deal. But there, right over there, we can already see the Dark Ghost. Probably... No, not my most hated boss in the game, but he's a close second. So this guy, he's got 900 health. He's quite strong. So we're gonna drop his defenses as much as we can, and then we're just gonna spam big arrows and hope he doesn't do anything stupid. He's got one really powerful move. We're bound to probably see it at least once. Let's see how the fight will go. Okay, he starts off with a physical attack. That's good. I'm gonna use a high potion to heal that off. Okay, my drains are starting to wear out, so I'm probably gonna have to use another one soon. Let's do strong. Just to be safe. Just to be on the safe end here. Big arrow. High potion on Lufia. There we go. This is his most powerful move. This is water. You can probably see why we do not like this move at all. It deals so much damage. I'm gonna start throwing high potions because I need to be healed. Ectoplasm is an MP draining move, that's completely fine. Okay, he gets into his stronger phase, which is good, because that means we're getting pretty close to a kill here. Okay, he only did 1 water, that is very lucky. That is a very lucky hit right there. You basically always expect to die to this boss at least once, so getting him first try, it's good stuff. So the water fairy, she comes over and she thanks us for our valiant effort. The marsh that it was is now another clear lake again. We can leave, but not really. We're gonna go right back into the tower because now that the water and all the acid and whatnot has been cleared, this floor is actually we can actually go here. This floor, like the chest that I'm about to pick up, which has a blue orb in it, is not actually accessible until you beat the Dark Ghost. But I need the blue jade, and we're gonna pick up this miracle for safety. If I were to go in before the fight, that miracle would also not even be a miracle. It would be a high potion. Let's see. So we're gonna swing wing back to Genova. I'm gonna quickly go in here to heal up, because I don't really trust my health. This way for the end. And I'm also gonna buy a few additional smoke balls. Let's just buy like 20 or let's do 30. That'll give me enough for a good while. Now, the major advantage of now actually having cleared this place, or having cleared that boss, is that now that the boss is dead, we're basically through our major run killers for the next hour or so. Like, the next hour, there's very little that can actually kill me, so we get into a little bit of calmer water here for a little while. Worst part of the run is over, and we got through with only 1 death, which is kind of what you'd expect. Now that I have the blue jade, I have to put the blue jade on top of the blue tower. Before we do, though, there's one other thing that I'm gonna grab, and that's a green jade. There's basically 2 items in here. Or 2 things I need to do in here. I need to grab the green jade, and I need to put the orb on top of the tower. It doesn't matter in which order I do it. The difference is, I believe, 4 steps between which one. I actually took the slower one, but it's so minimal. You can basically just take any of the 2 stairs on one of the splits. You'll see me when I redo this tower. That'll be taking a different staircase somewhere, and that gets me to the green jade. The blue jade is on top of the tower, and now we're gonna climb this thing again. Ambushes are kind of bad still. Ambushes are basically the only thing that can kill me right now. And even then, like, right now it's not that dangerous, but ambushes do get more dangerous. Yeah, I went to the left here earlier, now we're gonna go to the right. We're gonna get this revive real quick. I'm gonna go down. Get the green jade, and out of this place it is. So that's the blue tower out of the way, and with that we're going to go over to the green tower, because now that we have the green jade, we can put that on top of the green tower, and at that point we'll have 2 of the 3 done. Now, casually, I believe you actually need to do the towers in a very specific order, and casually it's kind of hard to figure out how and what and whatnot. For a speedrun, it kind of happens that this is also the most convenient way to do them. Like, take the green ring over here, and we're going to equip that on Jiren. Jiren has fairly little equipment at this point, and the green ring is just a bunch of stat upgrades. Really nice. Another ambush. I am not getting lucky with these ambushes so far. A bunch of chests that we're basically all going to skip because we don't need them. We're going to put the green jade onto the pedestal. And that's 2 done. Now, remember that Hope Ruby that we were talking about earlier? Yeah, the Hope Ruby, even though the one in the castle was a fake, there is actually an actual Hope Ruby, and we need to get it because the Hope Ruby is the red jade. We're gonna go into these mines, and there's this really rich guy. He has a lot of jewelry and whatnot in here. So he tells us that he does actually have the red jade, which is the Hope Ruby. We get a little bit of backstory about, you know, his relationship to Madan and whatnot, but we don't really care. So back to Ruan, because that's right outside. And into the tower we go. Now, like I said, this is where we need to... This is the last thing we need to do in order to actually get to Artea, who fought earlier on in the Battle of Doom Island. He's supposedly still alive. We know that at this point he must be at least well over 100 years old. And considering he's an elf, probably quite a bit older than that. Getting some pretty bad luck still. I can heal for free in the next town, so it's not that bad that I took that much damage. It's just that the extra encounters and all of the ambushes did waste a little bit of time. Yeah, we placed the red jade, or the red gem, or whatever it is, and we hear the wind blow, and next thing we know, we're in Elfreya. We're gonna sleep here for free just to get our health back up. We're just gonna meet up with Artea, who's right over here. Now, before we do, we meet up with Milka, and you may remember her from Lufia 2. She was the girl that stole the plans for the submarine. She also is actually a playable character in Lufia 3, so she appears in quite a few of the Lufias. Now, it turns out that Artea, he went blind after the Battle of Doom Island. At the end of during the start of the credits of Lufia 2, they make a mention that, you know, Artea is hurt at the eye, or near the eye, and it turns out he actually went blind as a result of that. He does, however, tell us about Doom Island, and the dual blade, and how we can stop these Sinistrals. Sorry about the noises in the back there, by the way. That'll stop in just a second. We'll get some of those potions. I'm gonna move over. Before we left, Artea gave us his bow, Artea's bow. And we're gonna use that in order to, well, we're just gonna gonna use that for money, basically. We don't really need a weapon on Jiren at any point, so we're not actually going to use Artea's bow. The village over here, we're just gonna skip past it, we don't need it. Now I need to walk a very specific pattern here. If I make one misstep, I have to redo the thing. And I went one tile too far. Water ran out, but that's fine. There we go. Okay, second try, that's still okay. We're gonna enter the village of Odell, and it turns out that, you know, if we want to continue, because we basically need some form of transportation at this point. So this guy, he tells us of Aris, who's supposedly a very powerful wizard, but we can't go to Aris because the bridge is broken. So we're gonna. It turns out there's some really powerful, or some really good bridge builder though. He might be able to help us out. Well, it turns out he's talking to the princess over here, and he's gonna ask us to get his assistant. He's in Leiden at the moment. So yeah, we're gonna make a quick detour. We're gonna move over to Leiden to get his assistant real quick. Not all that bad, you know, just picking up the assistant so he can build a bridge for us so we can move on. And Leiden really is only a short walk away. Like, it's right over here, like a little bit further down. I should have used a smoke ball, actually. For some reason I was just mashing. That's gonna be quite a bit of damage. We ran away though, so we save on a smoke ball. That is 80 gold saved. So yeah, again, I have a Sweetwater active, but you can see how well Sweetwaters do their job. Anyway, we get to the city of Leiden, and it turns out that this guy, he's eating over here. But as soon as he hears news that Pirate needs his help, well, he's off and he's going to save the day. So thanks to that guy, we should now have a bridge, right? But let's go see if they're done already, because you might remember how fast the bridge builder was last week during Lufia 2. Let's see if this one's is at least close as fast. I'm gonna make a quick stop in here still, because I think I forgot a miracle. Yeah, I forgot a miracle. Yeah, let's go talk to Pyre and see how far he is. Wait, he's... Okay, so he's not done yet, and he actually asks us to go and check up on the condition of the bridge. So he hasn't even left yet, but, you know, let's keep calm. Let's keep calm. Do some shopping, and we'll go check on the condition of the bridge. I need like 20 more of those, and we're gonna get a stone cure. The stone cure I probably won't actually need. It's very rare that I have to use it, but it's a safety item that's nice to have. Because petrification is not fun to deal with. The bridge, the bridge is in this cave. You can see up there, it's pretty bad already. Now we do actually have to walk down, otherwise it doesn't count. For some reason, the game doesn't count checking up on the condition of the bridge until we actually get this close. But yeah, it's in pretty bad shape, so definitely gonna need Pyron's help to fix that. Now we're gonna escape out, and we're gonna actually exit out of a different entrance than we started. We're gonna go make a quick detour. We're gonna get these two items, a yellow ring and another stone cure. And we're gonna go over to the Shia Laboratory. This is where the professor of the game is, and you may remember Professor Alexis Shia was one of the main characters of Lufia 2. Yeah, he's got some descendants in this game as well. They're right here, but we're gonna ignore them for now because there's not actually anything I can do yet. We're gonna warp back to Odell, and let's go ask Pyron to fix the bridge. I mean, we know now how bad the condition is, so surely he can now actually fix it. So yeah, Pyron finally now moving towards the bridge. So hopefully, I mean, he had quite a head start there. You saw how fast they ran off. It must be exciting, so they're probably already done by the time we get there, right? It's about time, honestly. Yeah, same walk as before. Let's see if Pyron is done. Why is he... Okay, so Pyron is just standing there right now. Let's go ask why the hell he hasn't actually fixed the bridge yet. So he now actually asks us to go to the cliff over there, you know, to make sure everything is safe. Keep an eye out. Which, as fair as it might be, I mean, this is like the fourth thing we need to do for this guy so that he can actually fix a single bridge. Shouldn't be this hard, right? This cave is massive, by the way. There's a lot of places you can find items and you can get lost pretty easily. But luckily we know the way. Now we're gonna pick up a few of these chests right here. Those are all just money management, basically. I need a lot of money later on in the game, and the more we pick up here, the more easy that's going to be. So now that we're actually ready, Jiren is going to be fixing the bridge for us. And we're gonna finally have ourselves a bridge. He's not even as fast at building them as the guy was in Lufia 2, but at least it's done now. So we're gonna escape out one more time and we're gonna try and cross that bridge. Which hopefully will finally finish up that part. And now we can go to Aris to meet up with the Elder, who might give us some clue as to where we can find Dual Blade and whatnot. Like, basically all of the stuff that we're doing is in an attempt to find some information about Dual Blade. Because supposedly we need that sword in order to actually be able to beat the Sinistrals. We're just gonna take the most straightforward possible path through this cave. There aren't really any chests that are worthwhile to get other than the stuff that's directly on our path. And there is one little thing over here we want to get. That's a miracle right there. We get to this door, and it turns out there's some kind of spell blocking the door. Now, Jiren, as powerful as a wizard that he is not able to open it, and neither is Hero. But when Lufia tries, the door immediately opens. So with the door open, we're going to move on, but that again shows that, you know, Lufia is more powerful a wizard than both Jiren and Hero. And we're going to run up towards the Elder's house, and as soon as we do, we find a giant field full of Profea flowers. Now, it's been a few hours since I've actually mentioned these flowers, but this is the second time we're going to be seeing them. You know, Lufia's favorite flower, and the flower we picked during Lufia 2. Retry mode is the main category for this run. It's definitely more popular than normal mode. Mainly just because of retry mode, or normal mode being about like an hour and a half longer, and that hour and a half is basically just level grinding. Cross over the marsh. That was the most difficult cave in the game, by the way, hands down. We're gonna climb the tower. Now it's said that the Elder is right here on top of the tower, so this is where we were supposed to go in order to actually find this Elder, who might be able to give us some information on Doom Island, or at the very least might be able to help Lufia a little bit to get a little stronger. We meet up with Flake, and Flake first of all tells us that we're very strong. He can sense that our energy is really strong. And he asks us who removed the barrier, and it turns out that we tell him that Lufia did, so he's going to help Lufia focus her energy a little bit. So she just got 10 additional MP, which is not particularly useful, but it's nice and all. We also hear that Doom Island supposedly is on the bottom of the sea, and Professor Shaya might be able to actually help us get there. We're gonna warp to Platinum, which is actually called Shaya Lab 3, I believe, or something. No, or Shaya Lab 1, or whatever. In the Japanese version, it's literally called Shaya Lab, and then a number, if you literally translate it. Now, we meet Shaya, and he's kind of a crazy person. He's telling us about, you know, turning people into frogs and whatnot, and having a potion to make Jiren's hair longer, or give Aguro 4 arms. All kinds of really useful stuff. Yeah, we're not here for that. We need some way of getting to the bottom of the sea so that we can find the dual blade. So he tells us that he does still have a submarine in the basement, so hopefully we can use that. As soon as we find the ship, though, we find it covered in dust, the wings being chipped, and it's looking like it's in a fairly bad shape. But we need to find dual blade, so, you know, we're gonna use the ship regardless. As soon as we dive underwater, well, it starts to fill up with water. It's leaking everywhere. So yeah, let's not try to use that as a submarine again. On top of that, underwater navigation right now is completely impossible, so not really useful for us at the moment. But at least we can use it as a regular ship, so, well, ship get. We got that much at least. And now we're gonna have to move over to Lexus's other laboratory, because he has another one. And hopefully there we can get some information as to, you know, how to fix this ship, so that we can actually go underwater. Now Lexus was waiting here, and it turns out that he too is missing an assistant. Last time he was seen, he was in Baku. So we're gonna need to find Cooper. So we're gonna move over to Baku, see if we can find out where this Cooper guy is. Now right here in Baku, before we do anything, we're gonna get this X Potion. We need a lot of X Potions and Miracles in order to fight one of the last bosses. Because that thing hits like a literal train. Now the priest, he happens to know about Cooper's whereabouts, and it turns out that Cooper went to the 5th floor of the old cave. Now we've been to the old cave before, so we can just warp to Grenoble and see if we can actually get access to that place. Magic, warp to Grenoble. Now before anything else, we need to get access to the 5th floor. The way the old cave works is that every 5 levels you pass, you get access to 1 additional floor. So we'd have to be level 25 in order to enter the 5th. Problem is, we're not level 25 yet, or even close. Lucky for us, there's not actually anything there, so he allows us access to the 5th floor, and in the process, to all of the other remaining floors that we hadn't visited yet. We're gonna get into a bit of a cutscene. Because it actually goes floor by floor. I should have some mind potions still. I can use those right now. Or do I have them? I do still have them. Yeah, I do. Give Jiren some extra intelligence. Miracle, Golden Pawn, and Frost Ring. We're gonna talk to Cooper. We're gonna get this guy out of here. Now he tries to escape out himself, but his magic isn't strong enough, so Jiren escapes us out. We're gonna just warp back to Carbis. Let's get the assistant in here. The Cooper is fine, and the professor tells us that in order to get the Falcon to be able to sail underwater again, we need 7 pieces of alumina. Now he points us some way in order to get that, but he points us towards like the Tower of Light, which we're not gonna go yet because there's a boss there, and I don't like fighting bosses right now. So instead, I'm gonna go into the ship. We're gonna warp to Rouen, because this happens to be the closest place. So first off, we're gonna set a warp point in the city of Mars, which is right over here. This is just to set a warp point for later on. And with that, we're gonna move over to the Kingdom of Herat, which is actually where one of the pieces of alumina that we need to find is. Now that river is really hard to do perfectly. I only stepped out once, which is still kind of okay. That river might seem easier than it is. Let's quickly go talk to the king, see if we can get some alumina. And it turns out that the king, he's really grumpy. And that he tells us that he would give anything. He would give all of his treasures if somebody could get him some tasty food. Now, we're actually gonna do the one major glitch in the US version, because there is actually a glitch in the US version that skips an entire dungeon. We're about to do Purple Newt Skip, as we like to call it. We're gonna go to Leiden, which is where we're supposed to get that food that I was talking about. So normally you're supposed to go here with the Purple Newt, which is an item that you can get in the cave a cave close to Herat. We're instead going to get a regular grilled newt there, and I'm just going to walk down. We're going to talk to the Wizard of Taste, who might actually be able to get us some tasty food. He tells us of the purple newt, and he also accepts our grilled newt as a purple newt. I made a mistake to talk to him twice, but that's fine. We have what we need. Yeah, that was Purple Newt Skip right there. The game now thinks that we have a Purple Newt, even though we don't. And that's gonna make, that's gonna allow us to completely skip a dungeon. Saves a good couple of minutes. We're gonna warp back to Herat. And we're gonna talk to, the castle's cook. We're gonna give him our quote-unquote purple newt, which is just a regular grilled newt. He's gonna put that in the food of the king. I'm gonna quickly hop over to the king. He thanks us for our work, and he allows us access into the treasury. And I mean, an entire treasury. I'm not gonna have him say that twice. So we're gonna move over to the treasury. And we're gonna basically get everything inside. So here we go. Now there's one piece of alumina. That's the first thing we're gonna get. And there's a whole lot of treasure chests that I want to get. There's two that aren't particularly useful, but everything else we wanna have. will be all for the Kingdom of Herat. And we're gonna move back to Mars. Warp. We're not actually going to enter this place. We're immediately gonna get on our ship and we're gonna sail north to the city of Epro. And we have a lot of stuff to sell, so let's see. Voice, Royal Statue, Cross-String, Golden Pawn, 2 High Bombs, Iron Helm, Wind Shoes. I think we do the... Let me double check that we do the Day's Ring. Hold on. Artea's Bow, the Long Nail. Ghost Ring, Day's Ring. Wasn't sure for a second of Day's Ring. I'm gonna buy a couple of X bombs. With a couple, I mean like 30. Hold on. I need to do this correctly for a second. This is kind of weird menuing. Power Shield, Cargo Helm. The Silver Plate I don't have yet, Silver Robe. I think that's it for now. Because now at least I know that I can sell the rest space. Actually, no, there's one other thing I need to do. Equip the Mac Heals. Very important item. Short sword. I don't think I can... let's see, 2 Sonic shoes. Can get that still. I wanted to make sure that I did that bit right there, because you can mess that up quite easily. And messing that up is not fun. So now that we have all of that, it's time to move into the next dungeon. Because we need to find all of those pieces of Alumina. And, well, that's what we're gonna be doing. Basically, this next segment is all about getting the pieces of Alumina. And right after that, we need to get... we need to actually get levels. Now, in any of these caves, we can find red cores. And if you've ever played Lufia, you kind of know that the red cores they're kind of like the metal slimes of the Lufia series, if you know Dragon Quest. They give an incredibly high amount of experience, but they're really, really difficult to kill. So we're gonna attempt to kill them. We might not succeed, we'll see. Yeah, like if we happen to encounter them now, I can try to kill them, or I can try to run away. Right now, killing them is really dangerous, because the first one is a very dangerous one. Get that switch down. Get a surprise, nice. We're going to actually use a bit of RNG manipulation later on in the run in order to manipulate cores. So if we don't find them, we'll still be fine, because we're going to just use RNG manip instead. Miracle and some Axe Magic, just to get more heal items. Because we're basically going to be needing to stack as many heal items as we can. Take the teleporter over here, we're gonna get a piece of Alumina, and it's time for us to escape out. So that's part 1 of this dungeon down, but we're not quite done just yet. This is a dungeon we'll spend quite a bit of time in, and this is probably one of those dungeons where if you were to play this game casually, you will get lost big time. Because this dungeon it's absolutely massive. When it comes to exploring, you know, if you like to explore, this is definitely a good dungeon to start in. A few more chests over here. One of these is going to be an Alumina. And that gets us our 3rd piece already. Now I may have to buy some additional smoke balls soon. I'm starting to run low again. Luckily, like, after this segment, we'll not really need much money anymore, so I can just buy a bunch of them. We will still need money, but it, you know, if I, like, the difference is, like, the gaps are 3,000 at a time. So, you know, if I spend 3,000 more, I'm gonna lose out on 1 X potion, so it's not as tight anymore as it used to be. Still have 20 left, that should be enough. X potion and silver armor. So we switch the switch. This teleporter is now going to get us somewhere else. We're going to enter the room that we unlocked right at the start. This door over here. Find 1 more piece of Alumina, and we're gonna escape out. So that's it for this dungeon. We're gonna make a quick detour by going to Epro, and that's mostly to heal, because Jiren needs health, or needs magic. But on top of that, also to get some extra smoke bombs, or smoke balls. I believe we can buy a bunch of those here. Yeah, we can. That at least should give us enough for a little while. Okay, gonna warp to Mars, and from there, we're gonna enter the next dungeon. We already see a ship right outside the dungeon, and that's the ship of Brand, who's gotten stuck in this dungeon, so we're gonna help him out a little bit. We currently have 4 of the 7 pieces of Alumina. There's 2 more in here, and then there's 1 more in a different dungeon. 1 of the 4 pieces is actually held by Brand himself, so I do need to actually save him. Once we've saved Brand, we're gonna be able to do that RNG manipulation that I was talking about. First, we're gonna get this ring over here. This is the Mac ring. Going to increase my agility, so we're gonna equip that to Jiren. We're gonna equip the green ring to Lufia. Now, one thing that I quickly do want to mention, it's not very likely to happen. Or very unlikely to happen. We still don't know what caused it, but I had one run where I was in I'm gonna run. Too dangerous. I had one run once where I got into this cave, and then somehow I ended up hard-locking the game as I triggered a battle. I ran away from the battle, and then it hard-locked on me. I still have that highlighted somewhere. We have, like, to date, we have not figured out what caused the hard lock. It was really weird. It's, I'll point it out exactly where it happened once we get there, but it's in one of the rooms coming up real soon. Get this potion over here, and then we're gonna go further into the basement. I'm still not sure whether I made the right decision on running away from those 3 cores, but let's just hope it was. Get the revive. Yeah, this is the room that I hard locked in once. I got into an encounter, tried to run away using a smoke ball, and then for some reason it hard locked. It's never happened aside from that one time. So this is Brand. We're gonna just warp him out of here. He tells us exactly where all of the pieces of Alumina are, even though we don't really need to anymore because we have all but one. Well, after he's given us this one. Now with that being done, we're gonna warp to Epro, and I actually need my magic water, or my sweet water to wear out right now. We're gonna have to save the game real soon, but I can't actually do that until my sweet water is run out. Because otherwise the manipulation doesn't actually work. Now the grind is actually the segment that's probably changed the most over the past few well, year and a half, I want to say. Initially we grinded here, and we grinded those enemies that you just saw me run away from. Then a little, like, that used to be the grind. It took about 20 minutes to grind to the level we need. We need Jiren to be level 28, by the way. That's our goal. Okay. Gonna focus for a bit here, because this is gonna be completely frame perfect from this point on. That's the wrong one. Let's not do that. Let's not load a different save. Especially considering my levels on that are lower. But yeah, then a little after that had happened, and we had that route, which was it was a pretty consistent way to grind. It was a little slow because, you know, it took 20 minutes to get the entire grind out of the way, but it worked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then another runner of this game, Almagus, he actually found an RNG manipulation that would get us a guaranteed core encounter. It's pretty much completely frame-perfect movement. I hope I still got it. Okay, we still got it. For a second there I thought we didn't, but we got it. This is the encounter that I want. And we found an encounter that has 2 cores, and it's a preemptive. So I'm going to get this fight, and I'm guaranteed to go first, which gets me a lot of damage in before the cores even get to do anything. Now I need to kill a total of 4 cores in order to get enough experience to get Jiren to level 28. So ideally, we want to kill 2 now and 2 more in the next fight, and we'd be done. The problem is, as I level, some stats of enemies, including agility, level with me. At some point, these cores are actually going to be faster than me again. So they can be kind of problematic. The first fight is pretty free. You'll see why we want to kill cores, by the way. This is the literal reason why we kill cores. Don't mind me casually leveling up. And like I said, I have to mash through every single line, so I'm literally mashing 3 keys at the same time at the moment. Yeah, that's the first grind fight. You can see my levels just shoot right here. A fantastic way to get the levels that I need. Okay, so that's Jiren already on level 25. We do need a few more levels. We're gonna warp back to Epro. We're gonna heal up real quick, get our health back. The second fight is a little harder, but it's also a little safer. So we're gonna save. Reset, much like we did before. And we're gonna do pretty much the same movement all over again. We're gonna go back onto here, because otherwise we'd get an encounter and that would mess it up. Stand to the top of that place. Sail to the right. Now, I'm saying that this RNG manipulation is frame perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But even despite it being completely frame perfect, it's not that hard to pull off, because every single turn we have to make, we buffer as much as we can, just to make sure that we don't have to struggle with it too much. We should be getting the encounter a little bit earlier this time, because I did this manipulation a little better. Somehow I still managed to save it the last time we got it, but this is the way that you're supposed to do it. That gets us the exact same fight a second time. And we're gonna try to kill them once more. I need 120 damage per core. I'm looking for high rolls. I got a 31 on the left core, which is really good. However, if the cores get a turn, there is a chance they run away, because cores have a very high run rate. We're over 60 already on the left one, so that one has more than half of the damage. This is where it gets scary. They're not guaranteed to stick around. Okay, he's stuck around. That's good. That's really good. The right one unfortunately ran away, so we will have to do a third fight if I get the kill on this. Okay, we got one at least. Okay, we're not going to get as many bits of experience, but we're still going to get some at least. Now, I don't know exactly how the manipulation itself was discovered. Back when we discovered the fact that this kind of RNG manipulation was possible, we started looking into, you know, decent encounters. I was the first one to get as a viable encounter, which was similar to this one. It was, I believe, 2 cores, and it was pretty quick to get. But it wasn't preemptive, so they were pretty hard to kill. And then I believe it was Almagas that kept on looking and eventually found this manipulation. Now, the manipulation is the exact same for both the English and the Japanese run, but because it's a lot more easy to kill enemies in the Japanese version, most Japanese runners don't actually go for that manipulation right there. Because there are other ways for the JP run, which is basically to force an encounter every single step, using the monster ring, and then just hoping to get cores. For JP, they're about equally consistent. For US, this is significantly more consistent. I need one more core, and then we're done grinding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, still got it. I bonked into the wall there, but I still got it. So we need to kill one of these two. If we can get one kill, we're done. The right one now already having 29 damage is pretty far in. The left one has a good amount of damage too. Both of them are getting along quite nicely. 32, good roll. 26, we're getting really good rolls so far. And then there's a 4. I kind of spoke too soon, I guess. Okay, he stayed. That's good. Now we have a good shot of killing this. And the other one stayed too. Nice. We might actually be able to kill both of them. That's one. We're done. We're done grinding. Nice. Getting both of them actually means bonus levels, which is really good. We're now quite a bit higher level than I'm even needed to be. We needed 4. We killed 5. So I will take it. And we're going to warp back to Epro. So now that we actually have some money to spend, and now that we actually have everything we need, we're gonna get some Sonic heals for Lufia. And we're gonna get some upgrades in terms of equipment. Sonic heals for Lufia. Okay, let me make sure that I buy everything I need. Okay. Gonna get a Carbo or a Grand Blade. A Carbo Plate, another one, and a Carbo Helm. Carbo Plate, Carbo... Oh, he has a Carbo Helm already. Carbo Helm... Silver Plate, Carbo Plate, and the Grand Blade. Silver Rod, Silver Wrist. Okay, that's all of the equipment. We're gonna get boost into the first slot, and we're gonna bolt into the second. And then for Jiren, we're gonna get boost in first, and stronger in second. That's the heal spells we'll be needing soon. First... No, not Carbis. I need to go to Baku first. Yeah, Baku. There we go. Okay. That's a hard part of the game done right there. And getting through the grind without too many major hiccups is... It's nice. It's a good feeling. Did I reactivate my Sweetwater? I may not have. So we now have 6 of the 7 pieces of Alumina. We have all the levels we need for the rest of the game, because that was literally all the grinding I needed to do for the rest of the game. The next, well, 1.5 hours or so, we will not actually be grinding anymore. Just bosses from here. We're gonna make our way up up this tower. This is the tower that the professor initially told us to go to, because this is supposedly like on the other side of the tower. There's supposedly one of the pieces. The thing is, the door towards it is locked, and we need to find a way to get there. So we're gonna climb the tower in the hopes of finding a key. D-pad is kind of acting up. Hope I can keep going. We should be fine though. Minor missteps, honestly, because of it. That chest, by the way, is trapped. If you try to pick it up, you'll fall down. We're almost at the top. So right here on top, we find the Guardian. Now the Guardian is actually one of the followers from Eamon. He's a really mean guy. Can strongly recommend not trying to you know, casually talk to this guy, because as soon as we talk, he just immediately starts attacking us. Now he's got some pretty powerful magic, but because we have boost, we can now heal everybody in the party at the same time, and that's going to make this fight actually doable. We're just going to drop his defenses as much as we can. We're going to use some power gourds to up my attack. He's still only using absorb, which is actually the best thing he can do. I'll use one more drain and one more power gourd and we should be good. Okay, from here it should be a pretty easy fight. Okay, there's Blizzard, so these are his powerful attacks. Don't really need Jiren to do anything right now. Another power gourd wouldn't do much, and I kind of need to conserve those power gourds a little as well. Yeah, because of boost, I can completely out-heal this guy, so we don't really have to worry about anything. We're just gonna drain him down, and eventually he'll die. Okay, he's gonna use Dread. Dread is a defense-dropping move, but for this fight particularly, it doesn't really make any sense that he does it, because, well, he doesn't have any physical hits. Yeah, that was the Guardian. Pretty easy boss. Now, as soon as we've defeated the Guardian, we hear, "I have awakened," and it turns out that Eamon has just been revived. We were too late. So now we don't only have Gales to deal with, but we have Eamon as well. That's two of the Sinistrals that have already returned to the world. And well, as we try to stop them, they use one attack and we're just all knocked out. They're pretty powerful. Gales has not yet been revived, but right now it's looking pretty bad because of all of the Sinistrals being back. We're gonna pick up the light key real quick, and we're gonna just move through the light tower, because we do still need that one additional piece of Alumina. I'm gonna quickly drop by the village of Lindsay, which, well, it's nothing special. We're just gonna pass through. And that's where we're gonna get into this cave over here. Now this cave, pretty easy cave. We really only need to get the piece of Alumina and we can just get out of here. Now, in an old route, there is actually a guy at the bottom of this cave that gives you a lot of information as to Doom Island and whatnot. And we thought that was actually mandatory. This is a miracle still, I believe. It's a dragon egg. Crap. Doesn't matter. We'll just escape out. Whatever. But yeah, we actually used to think we had to do that dungeon. So we used to go there and just do the entire thing, and then at some point we were like, wait, but is that actually, does it have any triggers in there? And we were like, well, let's just try out to skip that, and it turned out that the rest of that dungeon is completely skippable. So ever since, we've been able to basically skip that entire dungeon, because there's no actual triggers anywhere. Once we've gone through there, though, we're going to... We got the 7th piece of Alumina, and we're trying to go back to the professor, but it turns out that the professor has been kidnapped. Or rather, the professor's son, Lufia, who we saw earlier, he's been kidnapped, and the professor went after him, did not actually succeed, and is now also captured by some pirates. Now, remember how I said that the Dark Ghost was my second least favorite boss? It was a close second. Yeah, the boss coming up is probably my least favorite, and not by a small margin. This next boss is just... it's just not fun. You'll see very soon why. This boss is literally not possible if you do not have boost. This is also why we needed to get boost so early. These buttons you need to hit in a very specific order, otherwise an enemy will appear there. And thus we're gonna meet up with pirates, and yeah, you'll see. This is Bosun and Pirates, the probably literal worst boss of the game. We're gonna first try and get rid of the Bosun, in the hopes that once the Bosun is down, it'll be a little bit easier to get the pirate. They can pretty much give me, or cause any single status effect in the game. They can do a lot of damage. They've got AoE spells, they've got AoE attacks. Like, think of something crazy that, you know, a really powerful enemy would be able to do, and they can probably do it. So yeah, there's the sleep. Luckily missed most of my characters. Attack. There is an Axe Bomb, that's an AoE physical hit. Deals a lot of damage to my mages, especially to Lufia. Where's my Awakens? There we go. Foul, another status-causing move. Let's hope they get a 4 misses. And there is Lufia on sleep. So, yeah. Let's see who's an Awaken on Lufia. Luckily the pirates, or the Bosun doesn't really do much here. At least not yet. Stronger on Lufia. Another sleep arrow. 4 misses, that's good. At least we got the 4 misses there. Foul for more sleep. Okay, everybody but Hero got, or was missed, luckily. And more asleep. This guy is not liking me, so this guy. Oh, this is bad. 3 out of 4 characters asleep. That's really bad. So we're gonna try to wake up Lufia. She has Waken, and Waken might actually help me a lot. There we go. Pirates increasing his attack. This is gonna be a rough fight. But even once we get Bosoon down, by the way, this fight is not even close to being finished. Once we get the Pirates kind of low on his health, he starts doing Storm, which is a really powerful AoE spell. That's when the fight becomes most dangerous. Do I have Champion or something? I've got Stronger. That'll do. Okay, that's one of them down. Like I said, that's not by any means. That does not by any means mean we're done. But at least we have one of them now. Get a Guro some extra health. Let's just start attacking. This is honestly one of those fights where you just gotta hope you can get through. Let's see if the Pirates are gonna be kind today. This is always also the fight that scares me the most, if I'm completely honest. Because I know how trolly this fight can be sometimes, so... This is really one of those fights where if you don't play your cards right, especially near the end of the fight, you will die. There's another foul. Okay, 3 out of 4 asleep. That's also one of those things that can just happen. It's not impossible for him to just put 4 characters to sleep in one turn. He's done that plenty of times. We'll awaken, boost. Bombs dealing a great deal of damage there. This is about the point where I have to start using 2 boosts. Another foul. Please not on Lufia. Okay, good. I'm starting to run out of Wakens, so... Another X-Bomb. I'm gonna use a High Magic here, I think. I should still have High Magics, right? Just to make sure that Jiren will have enough. Drain, attack, boost. Ooh, that's a lot of damage on Jiren. That's a lot of damage right there. They'll have enough to survive. It's not a major issue, but... yeah, I'll preemptively boost. I'm starting to worry that we're about to hit the storm phase, and by that point I need to have both of them boost. Roar, Confusion. Confusion is really bad. Especially if it hits 3 of them. Okay, this works. It might not be optimal, but Jiren using the arrow right there, breaking everybody out of confusion, is actually one of the best things that can happen. Because if nothing else, it means that, you know, everybody's going to be out of confusion and I don't have to spend 3 turns healing. There's another confusion, come on. Oh boy. Boy, this is fun. Okay, let's first... So I need some healer right now. Where do I have my... I did buy them, right? There's my shrieks. Yeah, Guro broke out before I used the Shriek, but that's okay. At least he's out. I still need to get Jiren out as well, but we're alive. That's something. Attack, boost. Doing a lot of jolts. It's kind of curious that he's using jolt so much. Usually he'd be going for storm right about now. Let's just boost. It's really curious. Power Gourd and Boost, I guess? Where is... Okay, this fight has been weird so far. There is Storm, okay. See, this is the move I was talking about. That's that really powerful move that I'm kind of scared of. Really solid fight, honestly. Only one storm. That's practically unheard of. I mean, it was a slow fight, but it was a good fight other than that. We find Lu, he's right here. And, well, time for us to rescue Lu. As to the characters' ages, I might be able to shed some light on that. We know Lufia is 16 years old. That's the only one that actually gets confirmed, I think, in pretty much the entire series. We know that the hero is about her age, so we can estimate that he's probably 16 as well. We know Jiren is confirmed still a child, so even though she's a half-elf, she's not gonna be very old. And then Aguro we don't know. That fight, by the way, the Pirates fight, it might not have looked it, but that is legitimately the hardest fight in the game. At least in my opinion. So we rescue the Professor, and him and Lu, they kind of get into like a... I wouldn't call it a fight, but they start joking around against one another. We tell them, you know, we have the 7 pieces of Alumina, so, you know, if we go to... So the professor suggests, you know, come over to Shia Lab 3 and we'll set this back up. we'll start on that submarine that we've been talking about for a while now. What? No, I needed Carbis. How much magic do I have? I have enough. Not by much, but I have enough. So into the village of Carbis, and well, it's about time we start getting ourselves a submarine, isn't it? So they start completely tearing the ship apart, well, practically, and they very quickly fix ourselves, or fix the ship for us. So now that we have ourselves a ship that is also a submarine, we can actually continue. This part I don't have control over, by the way. This is the part where you just sail for a bit underwater, get into the open sea, and well, we can travel from here. Whenever you see one of those whirlpools, that's where I can go underwater. Contrary to Lufia 2, where you can go underwater just about anywhere, in Lufia 1 there's only select places where you can. We're gonna go underwater here. Now there's a bit of a trick coming up that I can kind of use as a movement boost. Let's see if I can pull it off. This is kind of tricky. Okay, I got it the second try there, but at that point it doesn't save any time anymore. By opening the menu and then buffering your inputs exactly perfectly, you can move out on the corner there. It's pretty hard, but I was hoping I at least got to show it off, be it on the second try. And we get into a dungeon that you may have seen before. This is Doom Island. They tell us that the air it still feels really dark, really chill. It's really cold. This is where 100 years ago, the first Doom Island War took place. Let's see if we can find the dual blade, which supposedly is still on this place. We find the dual blade at last. It starts to ring, as dual blade does, and that means it's found its wielder, but as soon as it does, 4 statues arise. And one looks odd, because the statue on the top right is a statue of Lufia. We recognized all of the other ones as statues of the Sinistrals, but then there's a statue of Lufia. Not too long after, Deos gets revived. With Deos' return, he tells us that Arim has returned 16 years ago in the form of Lufia. Lufia is Arim, the third of the Sinistrals. So, quick recap on something that happened last week. For those that saw the run last week, you may remember that I said that technically Lufia was in Lufia 2. This is why. Lufia 2 and Arim are the same person. We're gonna teleport out. Doom Island rises into the sky once more. And we're gonna get into a bit of a cutscene where, the guys, they're kinda considering what they need to do. Because if Lufia is indeed Arim, and Deos just revived Lufia's memories, that's pretty bad. Because as the legend goes, as long as the Sinistral of Death, Lufia, or Arim, or however you want to call him, is still alive, the other Sinistrals cannot truly be killed. So if we are to believe the legend, we'd have to kill Lufia in order to actually stop the 3 other Sinistrals. Hero, of course, doesn't want to accept that Lufia is Eren. So we're just gonna move on. But in the back of our mind, we now know that Lufia and Eren are the same person, and even though Lufia acts as if she doesn't remember anything, it's still worrisome. So now that we know this, we're gonna warp back to the Shia laboratory. We're gonna talk to the professor, tell him what we've learned. Also, yeah, for the comment in chat just now is correct. Lufia is Eren is Iris. They're all the same person. That's it's quite a plot twist right there. Now we know now that Doom Island, it's back in the sky, and our ship, it can fly apparently. But in order to do that, we need power oil, which luckily is for sale in Epro, and since we've been to Epro before, that shouldn't be too hard. So we're gonna warp over to Epro. It turns out that a landslide has caused the cave to be impossible to reach. So currently there's no power oil available. He does tell us of where his assistant is, who's supposedly trying to get some power oil. We're gonna save here real quick, because the next boss is kind of deadly. The next boss is not one you usually die to, it's very rare, but it has happened before. That's the thing, Reflect. We don't actually know who Lufia's parents are, because we met her when she was 6 years old, and she seemed an orphan. We don't know much more about Lufia's heritage, or Lufia's, like, origins other than that. So this guy, he tells us that there's been a landslide, so it's impossible to reach the oil cave. But he does give us the key, and luckily we can travel underwater, so it's not that big a problem. Because we can just travel underneath the landslide. We're gonna go in here, get an extra miracle, just for some safety. Let's see if I can do that speed boost that I was talking about. There we go, perfect. Just to make the movement slightly faster, because at those points you can actually just do that. It saves very little time, but, you know, all the little bits end up adding up after all. We get a Grand Blade, which we're going to... Right. So now that we have the Grand Blade is... I thought we needed to equip that, but we already have one on Aguro, because we just need to sell it. It's a lot of money, though, those kinds of swords. That's gonna pay for, like, 5x potions, which is gonna make the final few bosses significantly more doable. I'm gonna use another sweet water, because my sweet waters still do not seem to be working all that well. Now we enter the Dragon Cave, or Oil Cave. And, well, we know what we need to do. We need to find some power oil, because supposedly, once we find power oil, we're gonna be able to fly. Now there's two paths you can actually take towards the oil dragon. And this is actually one of the few things that I added into the route for the Japanese run. Another runner of this game, Dansho, he was making like notes as to, you know, how to move and which stairs to take. And I looked over them, I was like, wait, isn't this path actually faster? And I ended up like saving 20 steps or something. It doesn't save much, but it's one of the few things I was able to, you know, show for the Japanese run of like, hey, isn't that like slightly faster? And that ended up being the case. It's not much, but it ends up saving, you know, the little bits of time again. And we're gonna get into a fight with the Oil Dragon. Now the Oil Dragon, he's a pretty mean-looking boss. That's because he is a pretty mean boss. The Oil Dragon fight consists out of a few phases. The first few phases are pretty straightforward. He doesn't really do that much damage, at least not yet. But as we get him lower in health, his attacks will start doing more damage. He starts off with this Fire Air, which is his weakest form, and it gets stronger and stronger as I deal damage to him. I need to be very careful with my boosts, make sure that I kind of keep my health high, especially early on in the fight. Use a few power gourds. We're gonna actually have to stock up on a few more. I might make a quick pit stop in Grenoble in a little bit. That ought to do the trick. He's really hating on Lufia so far. So that's the magic mirror done, and the magic mirror, having gotten rid of the magic mirror is actually nice because it means I can use my drainage spell again, drop his defenses a bit. I use mirror, that's a wasted boost then. And he used it just before the drain as well, making it even worse. Dash on Agoro. He sticks with the physical hits though. Getting the physical hits is kind of nice because the animation is quite a bit faster at least. So it still ends up saving a little bit of time. So now we get into the worst form of Fire Air. This is his most powerful spell. You can see how much damage it does. Like, right off the bat, it just deals tons and tons of damage. Can I actually press up, please? We need, like, between every Fire Air, I need to have done at least one boost, otherwise I will die. Ideally two, because even a second one will still heal a lot of damage. And he'll basically start casting this Fire Air every single turn from this point onward. So I need to have both Jiren and Lufia heal. Now there is a very rare situation here where if the turn order gets messed up, mostly because he uses oil. He has another move called Oily Air. This one. That can drop your agility and that can make some characters significantly slower all of a sudden. That can cause a lot of problems during this fight as well. We'll have to be very careful, especially now that he has done the Oily Air. There's another Fire Air, and I do not want to risk anything here. He went for a physical. That's actually kind of curious. He usually doesn't go for a physical once he hits the fire air phase. I'm gonna boost with her. I'm gonna go for the double boost. I'm gonna play it safe here. It's unfortunate that it didn't end up doing anything, but with all the oily airs he's throwing around, probably best to play it safe. Okay, gonna throw a X-Magic Jiren's way. Because I need to make sure he has enough MP at least. Okay, there's another oily air. We should be getting pretty close to a kill. So I'm not too worried about all the additional oily airs. Boost. Interesting choice for dash there. Okay, drain into boost should do. And there's another fire air. This is how I know this guy. Come on, we should be almost there. This guy's got one of the highest amounts of health in the game, so it is always a fight that takes some time, but we should be getting very close to a kill. There we go. Okay, oil dragon down. We're gonna get the power oil, and now that we have all of this, we can finally escape out. I want to warp back to Carbis. Actually, that's wrong. We don't. We go to Epro. A few things I quickly need to grab here before I'm gonna leave. Oops. I still want to get a Carbo Cap. That's just for some extra defense on Jiren. There's not a lot of fights where that should actually matter, but there are a few. I'll probably end up buying some extra smoke balls in the next town. Nice. 3 steps encounter just after a Sweetwater. So this is the last of the Shia laboratories that we hadn't visited yet. That's the wrong one. Thought this was the item shop. Item shop. I kind of need some smoke balls. I usually don't actually have to buy them in here, but I do kind of still need them. I was hoping I could buy some in here. That's turning out to be surprisingly more, or like a lot more difficult than I thought. But there we go. That should be able to get me through the game. Now that we have the power oil, we're gonna bring in the Falcon and we're gonna get ourselves an airship. So it's time to say our goodbyes. We basically say goodbye to the professor, because we don't know if we're actually going to survive this thing. Now, just as we're about to say goodbye, a messenger runs in and it tells us that Doom Island has stopped above the Glassar Tower. Now, the problem with the Glassar Tower is that there is a lot of turbulence around the towers because of the way that the mountains are shaped, so it's really hard to actually get in there. Before we go there, though, we're going to make a quick stop right here in the city of Erebus. This is an inn. It might not look like it, but it's an inn right at the entrance there. Really cool. We're going to buy a Zircon Axe. Equip that to our good friend Agoro. And now we're going to buy a bunch of stuff, but first I'm going to sell just about anything that I don't really need anymore. Because we need a lot of money for this. Because I need as many X potions as money can buy. Those X potions are what's going to make the fight against Gades, the Sinistral, actually, you know, beatable. And next stop is going to be the Glassar Tower, but the problem is the Glassar Tower is currently locked, so we can't get in there, so we first need to find a key. We're gonna have to go through a few caves here in order to actually get that key, get into the Glassar Tower, and hopefully finally be able to access Doom Island. But first we need to hit this switch. That's gonna change the location that the teleporter ends us up at not the key to the, or not the chest to the left there, but a different teleporter elsewhere that can actually get me to the key. Now, one minor little thing you may have noticed is that the enemies we're finding right here, they're the same, like, they're at this point basically the same or stronger enemies than we had at the start of the game. So this is really where the game steps it up a notch. Like, not only are we not level 80 plus like we were at this, or like levels like close to 80 like at the start of the game, we also have even stronger enemies to deal with, especially once we actually hit the Glassar Tower. That'll become very notable. So this room, this is probably the biggest maze left in the game. This is honestly a room that I kind of dislike, because there are so many stairways and so many little paths that you can take. Casually, this is one of the easiest rooms to get lost in, just because of how absolutely massive it is. Now we have ourselves the key, and we need that on this door. That's gonna get us to a teleporter, and with that we can actually leave the cave and head for the Glassar Tower. So the Glassar Tower, other than the enemies being really, really powerful, there isn't really much to it. There are a lot of chests in here, there's a lot to explore, and there's so many different rooms that you can somehow end up in. But at the end of the day, you know, it's a pretty straightforward tower, we just have to climb to the top. Now, one thing that I always end up at least having once or twice every single run I do, you may have noticed that, you know, whenever I enter a doorway on the top, the door stays on the top. And one thing you can very often do is if you keep holding up, you'll immediately re-enter the door again. And over the course of the run, that can actually lose a good few seconds still. This is one of those doors that's a good example. We go in, if I held up, I would have immediately gone in again. And it would have just sent me back to the room where I started. If you're not paying attention, it's very easy to just hold up and then do that 4 or 5 times in a row. And for some reason, you keep on going through the same doors over and over. That's happened a few times. We're about to come up to a teleporter room up here. We're going to ignore the first button, we're going to press the middle one and then take the teleporter. Need to be very careful to not fall down there. We're going to do a bit of menuing. We're going to sort stronger down, and we're going to replace it with mirror. Now, mirror, like I said at the start of the game, that mirror is the most broken spell in the game, and you're going to be seeing why very, very soon. This next boss is the first boss that's completely free. I think it's pretty much the first boss that's actually completely free. This is Nazabi, and Nazabi, he can't really do anything. We're gonna mirror on Jiren, that's turn 1. I'm gonna use Lufia as a human meat shield, basically. Lufia isn't gonna do much. It's fine if Lufia dies off during this fight. He has some pretty powerful spells, as you can see. Like, Bolt does a good amount of damage. But, you know, at first he'd look like a really powerful, really strong enemy. You might be wondering why I call him this free. But yeah, as soon as I have my mirrors up, he starts attacking himself. Because every spell that he does casts back, and he has only got one non-magic spell. And the non-magic spell is an instant death move that you, or more often than not, just misses. As long as I keep my mirror up, this guy can't really do anything. Bounce is a move that silences. This is also why I did Jiren first. So Lufia can't actually do anything anymore, because her drain is now being blocked. Now on very, very rare occasions, and this hardly ever happens, but on very rare occasions, this guy can actually kill himself by using a magic spell at the exact moment, or the magic spell that I cast back on him deals so much additional damage that, you know, he ends up just killing himself. There's a few bosses later on where that can also happen, where it's a little bit more common, but this is the first boss where that's just a thing, and where the boss can just, you know, finish himself off. But you can see here, like, the damage we do is so much higher than the damage he does. But it's pretty unlikely. It doesn't happen a lot. Yeah, that's Lufia dead. I don't really mind that Lufia dies, because she was pretty much useless. I mean, she's basically there to drain his defense and whatnot. But aside from that, it just means that every time she gets attacked, it's an additional animation. So she can be kind of useful, but it doesn't matter if she dies. She doesn't need the experience either. Succumb, another instant death move. It'll always miss him, but it can hit my characters, and it's pretty bad when it does. As long as he does stuff like Flood, it's fine. Succumb is like the one move I don't want to see, because Succumb has a long animation and it doesn't really do anything. At least Flood still means he deals damage to himself. Paladin, your question will very soon be answered as to whether or not Lufia is going to leave. I'll not give it away just yet. So from here on, it's just sitting out the fight. I'm gonna try to kill him. We should be getting fairly close to a kill right now. A couple more hits should do it. Still not there, but it really shouldn't take me that much longer. There we go. Wait, did he just kill himself? Wow, we actually got to see that in a run. That's very rare. Yeah, as soon as we defeat Nazabi, well, it triggers something in Lufia, and Lufia regains all of her memories. Now, as such, she is going to, she gets commanded by Deus to steal the dual blade. And after some struggling, she does. No, Lufia, having a character dead does not actually give the rest of the party more experience, unlike in the Final Fantasy series. So no. Everybody still gets the same amount. But we can only mirror 3 times before they start running out. So we ideally don't want to mirror a 4th character, and the additional animations mean that it's slower to keep her alive anyway. Yeah, Lufia, she brings the dual blade to Deos. Now, having completely accepted her heritage as being Eren, Deos destroys the dual blade. Doom Island just started moving, so about time we started to follow. I'm gonna make a quick stop in Grenoble because I want to get a few extra power gourds. I feel like I have way too few of those. Plus, it's a nice place to actually heal because it's pretty close by to the entrance. Probably didn't actually need to heal, but whatever. Mostly so that I can... I don't actually have the money for it. I can sell that. Sell those, I guess. Thought I had more money than this. Okay, whatever. We'll buy like close to... We'll buy like 18. That should be enough. I'm gonna do a few bits of inventory management right here. I'm gonna get the power gourds up quite a bit. We're gonna get miracles and X magics ready because we're gonna be, or X potions, because we're gonna be using those a lot. Now, last but not least, we're gonna teleport to the village of Aris because this just happens to be the closest village. And it's time to go for the final dungeon. So this is Doom Island. Contrary to Lufia 2, we actually get to land on the thing and we get to, you know, walk over the entire place rather than crashing into the castle itself. I'm gonna talk to this guy. We're gonna save our game. And it's time for us to start the final battle. You may remember this dungeon, because we've been in here twice before, one of which was the very start of the game. Even though we're like 40 levels lower than we were at the start, we're gonna be allowed to do this dungeon a second time. We have plenty of miracles, we've got plenty of items, we've got basically everything we need. Now, the main concern is the first of these 4 fights. There's 4 more fights that we need to do. The 4 Sinistrals. And the first one, Gades, that is the major problem. So we find Dual Blade splintered apart. Sinistrals warping back here, including both Deos and Lufia. So Lufia is going to join Deos. And, well, Dual Blade, it gets revived. You know, Dual Blade being the legendary sword that it is, revives itself. And with that, we're going to start off the first of the Sinistrals. And probably the hardest. Nah, easily the hardest. I'm going to use a few power gourds just to up my attack a little bit. Set up this first turn. It's time to start attacking. So yeah, you can see right there, that is a normal attack for him. This This fight, this is Gades, and he hits like a literal truck. That's not even joking. This guy is... he deals too much damage. Like, hands down. He is undead, which increases his attack even further. So yeah. He can be fun. He has now upped his attack twice, which means that on his more powerful attack, he can literally one-shot a character. It was luckily not his more powerful attack. Still painful, though. This is honestly, like, the last major wall. Yeah, there you go. Destroy, just instantly wiping out hero. Nothing I can do about it. If he decides to do that, then he does that, and there's nothing I can do. Yep, there goes Aguro. All I can do is just hope I can kill him before he gets a chance to kill me. To just chip away all of his health with the hopes that he doesn't actually successfully kill me. He keeps doing destroy. This is gonna go sour real fast because I'm burning through my miracles right now. Yeah, that's better. Like, I have enough X potions, but you're limited in your miracles, so you're limited in how much you can actually survive revive characters. Okay, Jiren did not get the full hit there. X potion on Jiren. Hopefully that'll be fast enough. Luckily, Jiren is incredibly has an incredibly high agility. The combination of both the Mac heals and the Mac ring make him fast enough that he can outspeed him most of the time. Which adds to the safety just a little bit. Now, back in the day, like in our very old route, we used to use the dragon eggs so that we could actually get a spell that would instantly basically revive me to full. Rather than having to use items in order to do so. The problem with that is that it took a lot of time to get it, so we were looking for a way around that, and that's when we figured out, hey, we can buy X potions, and that might actually do the trick as well. It costs us basically all the money, but it is enough to generally win the fight. That's ended up cutting about like a minute and a half, 2 minutes out of the run. Nice crit from Hero there. Crits are always good. It's just a lot of extra damage. What we like to see. I'm gonna use a power gourd. Brain, X potion. Ooh, okay, Aguro tanking the destroy. We're still alive. And we did it. Okay, we got Gades. That was the hardest fight in the game. Or not hardest fight in the game, but that is basically the hardest fight left in the game. That's what I should be saying. It's the hardest fight that was left in the game. From here on, it's pretty easy. Let's see, Jiren has enough health. X potion on Aguro, make sure he has enough. We're gonna fight Amon, the second of the Sinistrals. I'm just gonna use a power gourd. And this is a fight where we're gonna use Mirror again. There's my power gourd. I'm gonna use a power gourd on Aguro. I'm gonna just start attacking. So this guy, he can actually deal quite a bit of damage to himself here through using the or through those spells that he does. Now, the main spell I'm hoping for early on is Drain, because he can actually drain his own defenses. And that would actually save me some time if he does. The other spells are fine as well, because most of them actually do deal damage to him. And a good bit at that. But ideally we want to get that want to get his defense down as much as possible first. I used a smoke ball. For some reason my key went to... Fine. Okay, there's the defense drop. I need to mirror Raguro next. So I held up, but for some reason my controller went to the left at the last second and I hadn't noticed it. Not a major problem though. This fight isn't all that scary. The Melancholy, that's one of his few moves that doesn't actually seem to do anything. I still don't know what it actually does. Chaos is the worst thing he can do. It's a confusion move, but it doesn't do anything because of the mirror, so it both has the length of the animation and the uselessness of Melancholy. And similar moves to it. Attack, mirror... Nice, that's 2 down. 2 more fights to go. So next up, we have Deos, and Deos is, well, exactly what you'd expect from Deos, I guess. We're gonna mirror again. Basically the same strat as we did before. He's got some really powerful spells here, so I kind of need to watch out, but other than that, Deos is not all that impressive. I'm gonna heal up my characters because we do want to have full health. Now you may have noticed, contrary to the start of the game, we're not actually going to fight Eren right now, because Eren and Lufia are still the same, and there's still something going on there. We can be sure of that. X potion. Make sure Aguro is fully healed. But I will say there is one more fight coming up after this. Now, in advance, I want to ask the hosts and whatnot if I can show just the start of the credits, just a little bit of it. We're gonna go far enough underestimate, but there's one segment that really does show the power of Lufia 1 and its story that I feel sad if we'd miss out on. That attack. Power Gourd on Aguro. That basically gets us set up for this fight. But from here on, it's the same story as before. We're just going to mirror every turn, making sure that everybody keeps their respective mirrors, and we're just going to keep attacking. And then eventually he'll die. Now, if these I should say, if the last 2 fights go well, we should go sub 4 still, which was kind of what my aim was. It's Lufia 1, so you never know if you can actually reach a sub 4, but I generally try to get sub 4, and it looks like we're gonna get that this time. We're not done yet, but it's looking pretty good, and the last fight, be it a difficult one, is generally not what makes a major difference. Amnesia, the one move we really don't want to see right now. Mirror on Hero. He goes for Thunder. Dread. Okay, he finally went for the Dread, dropping his own defenses a little. Probably too late to be all that useful, but hey. Yeah, that's Deos. Now, like I said, there's one more fight, but that was technically the last of the Sinistrals. There's good reason why that wasn't the last boss. Because, I mean, you guys in chat, you guys have been mentioning how, you know, truly the Sinistrals should be facing as 1 versus 3, otherwise it wouldn't be fair. But not quite, because the Sinistrals, they're gonna combine themselves. Lufia, she's gonna regain consciousness, gonna, you know, join us again. The other 3 Sinistrals just combining themselves, forming Guard Deos. This is the true final boss. Now this guy, he only has 2 hits in the US version of the game. He has a lot more in the Japanese version, but he only has 2 moves in the US version. He can either try to confuse people, or he's instead going to try to use Flood, which is the one we want to see. Every single time we see Flood, it's a good thing. Every single time we see his other move, it's a bad thing. That's kind of like the general rule of the thumb here. So we want to see Flood as much as we can. Vigil is the one we don't want to see. Vigil has like an 80% chance of confusion. We're gonna not care about Lufia being confused though. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, now it's a 3 versus 4 fight indeed, and, you know, makes it a little bit more fair. Although, we're not gonna, like I said, we're not gonna care for Lufia. We're gonna just let her die on the first Flood. Lufia didn't actually get confused. Good for her. That means she might actually be useful still. And use her to use a power gourd on a Goro. Still didn't get confused. Lufia is really pulling through today. My last power gourd. Here we go. I don't know why they removed the moves. I just know that the Japanese version, he basically has a combination of like all of the moves that all the other Sinistrals could do. Whereas in this version, for some reason, he's limited to 2 moves. I have no idea as to why that happened. The reason I don't mirror Lufia is because Lufia isn't particularly useful for the fight, and keeping up 4 mirrors is very difficult. It's because mirrors will eventually run out, and if we mirror 4 or 4 different characters, chances are mirrors are going to run out. And that is a massive problem if they start running out, because if they run out at the wrong moment on the wrong character, you're done. This guy can actually kill you at that point. Because if Jiren at any point gets confused, it's a major issue. Also, you know, now it's a 3 versus 3 fight. That seems a little bit more fair. Nice crit. Yeah, the combination of having or losing time because of the extra attack animation and the extra time it costs to actually have Lufia do something, on top of the fact that you don't really save that time back by what she does, on top of the fact that, you know, all in all, it adds a lot more risk to the fight, it's just not worth it to keep Lufia alive. In a very old route, we actually did have her alive during this fight, which actually used to cause problems at times. But at that point, we'd still have her equipped in such a way that she could actually deal an okay amount of damage. Nothing spectacular, but, you know, decent at least. I guess that explanation would work, Suko. You know, they removed attacks because of that being less difficult that way. I guess that works. Although, to be fair, his attacks in general are pretty annoying ones. Specifically, like, being able to use Vigil with its 80% confusion. I may need to use some, Wait, did Jiren's mirror just run out? Okay, no it didn't. For a second there I thought his mirror ran out. That would have been really, really bad. Axe Magic on Jiren. Because I need to make sure I have enough MP. Yeah, this is a pretty straightforward fight, honestly. It's actually still pretty intense as a runner, because if you make one mistake in your mirrors, a mirror can run out, and that can make the fight quite dangerous. But as long as you keep your head cool, this fight in and of itself isn't all that difficult. This guy's got an insane amount of health, so it takes a while to get him down. Lufia has something with final bosses having crazy amounts of health, but yeah, that's it. That's it. So yeah, when that happens, Lufia realizes that as long as she's alive, you know, the Sinistrals can come back. However, he refuses to kill her. So Lufia decides to attack Hero. And the dual blade decides to interrupt. The energy from the dual blade breaks Lufia's attack and splits Lufia and Arim apart. Lufia, however, well, he gets knocked down. And, well, just as we're trying to get her back up, this happens. Can I get some Bible thumps in chat for Lufia? Doom Island starts falling once again, and Lufia with it. Now this is not done though, and Mythical, I'm gonna ask you to give me like 2 minutes, and then you can switch over. Yeah, all the people in the world, they start noticing that Doom Island is falling once more. Artea feels that the energy is you know, it's getting down. The war has been fought. With that, we're gonna fly off of Doom Island while we still can. And well, as much as the battle is done, we've lost a good friend in the process. We see Hero starting to wander off, just not sure what to do now that he's lost the one he cared for most. So a year passes by. Jiren has been living with Aguro all the way in Armenia. We get in a bit of a cutscene where, you know, it kind of shows a bit of the relationship between the two of them, of how Aguro is like, you know, it's time for you to find a place for your own and all that kind of crap. They have not seen Hero over the course anywhere in the past year. He's seemed to have disappeared from the planet. And then, not too long after, we see Hero ending up in Aris village, where he meets a strange girl. She asks him if he's been traveling. He tells her that her name is Lufia. He tells the elder that she's gonna make us some cinnamon tea, and that we can tell her all about our stories of our journey. The elder tells us that when she fell, her part of being Lufia survived. All of her magic is gone. She remembers absolutely nothing, but it is the very same Lufia. So, you know, she's made us some cinnamon tea, and, well, she might not remember anything anymore, but that doesn't matter. Because, well, that's alright. We'll just make new memories. Yeah, that's Lufia 1, everybody. Quickly want to thank all of you guys for sticking around. Hope you guys enjoyed Lufia, the Fortress of Doom. If you ever want to actually learn a Lufia game, whether it be this or one of the others, be sure to send me a message. I can help you with all Lufias that aren't Lufia DS, because I've actually run all of them. Although, I'm not particularly good at Lufia 3. Aside from that, thank you, Feasel and Mythical and everybody involved in the SNES Superstar Marathon for having me run both of the Lufias here. I hope I was able to show you guys how fantastic the Lufia series is. Yeah, enjoy the next few runs. Next up we'll be having Yagamoth with Tales of Fantasia. We've got a run left of Super Metroid Project Base 104%. And we've got our closing run at Chrono Trigger 100%, so still a few amazing runs to check out. Be sure to watch those. Y'all, thank you for dropping in, and that was it for me for today.